might have another little song segment here while we wait for the daytime. What's up, everybody? How you doing? Yeah! Hey! What's up, everybody? How are we all doing? Let me get this back to normal. Hang on. I'm so confused now. What? Hey? There we go. Hi! What's up? Ask those electricity questions. We still don't have an official word on Power Surge yet for Rust Console Edition. Here's how it's going to work. It's going to hit testing branch first. This is like 90% certain. It's going to hit testing branch first. Once that's stabilized and it's good to go, then it is going to be... Hold on a second. Then it's going to be... It's a little stuff that I learned back in the... There we go. Oh, so much better. Yeah, okay, so it's going to go on testing branch first, and then it's going to stabilize to get certified, and then it's going to go to main branch. So I'm trying to do like 50 things at once. Hiya! Hello. Let me make sure I get everything going here. I think we're good. Okay, so lots of different electricity questions. You guys have been asking fantastic questions, and we're gonna go through some of those. Let's see. I think the game plan is to do some Rust on console tonight. Is that right? So yeah, what's up? Says, hey Jade, how's been life? Fantastic. Yes, Roberto's got you, Fritz. That's exactly why. But hey, play Rust wherever you would like to. It's a fantastic game. Last time we did this, we got a nice little setup for a turret. Just a basic power. How to do basic layouts over here. I think this one's right here. Yes. It says how to make a system to close all doors when left open. Okay. We did kind of do a little bit of that, but I think we can make it a little bit better. Big Cheems has a good question saying how do we make a circuit that closes all the doors? Here's our limitation, and maybe we just workshop this now while we're doing stuff. Okay, so this is the mock-up, right? So let's say this is your base, and this represents like the second floor. By the way, this is my own server. That's why I can fly and stuff. That's why I have super stacks. 100,000 plus. Okay, so how this would work is, let's say this is the interior of your base. You have some doors open, some doors closed. Your exterior doors would not be automatically controlled, right? These would be your airlocks. But what could happen is, as you leave, you can hit this, and it closes everything in the base. Second floor, loot rooms, all of it. And the way it would work is, when you come back in from outside, let's say you're out here, you're like, boop. You come in, you'd have to get into your base, and then you'd have to hit this switch to open all the doors. Oops, you'd close this because that's a terrible habit. And then this could open all the doors, but it's a little risky. You got to make sure someone's hitting that button, right? And then we were trying to come up with a way to make a closed switch on the interior, so like this would be close to your TC room. So I think we can improve on this. But that's what this is, and we only had 2 switches to actually close everything, which is nice. If we do get the Rust Plus application, this will make it so much easier. It says, if you have... Oops, no, that's my question I put in there. It says, Jade, is Power Surge coming? Yes, it is. We don't know when yet. Here's the thing. We have to see when that next update is for testing branch. We don't know if the next big update for main branch is going to include small oil rig and Power Surge. I have a feeling it's going to be updates and small oil rig, and then we're going to get Power Surge. That's my gut feeling. We don't know quite yet. Hopefully we'll have some more word on that tomorrow. I'll have to wait and see. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. And we're getting fast, close to the end of January, as we're, what, halfway there now. So, either way, Power Surge is creeping up. Now, unless something completely changes, but all signs are pointing to that it is going to happen still. It is a thing. So... It says, do you know if the incoming wipe for Rust is going to be a BP wipe? Here's how these typically work. BP wipes, if you're talking about monthly, that's typically what most people are asking for. If it's monthly and we do get one of those major updates, everything's going to wipe. That's how it works. That's how it works on PC. typically for official servers. So just so you know, that's the thing. This is when do you think Facepunch will release community servers? Hopefully soon, right? I think I got a video on that somewhere. Let me just creep around. We'll catch up on chat, see if we got any particular build outs we want to do. I do like the closed door thing. I think we can make that a little bit better. I had a list of stuff here. Hold on. Yeah. Do you see that one before, Cheems? At the end or no? I think we can make it better. We'll try to make a better mock-up because we ran into a couple situations. Like, we need a kill switch to close all the doors. You know, like if it detects somebody who's not authorized on the TC to automatically close. And maybe we do something like that. That was pretty nice. So, like, let's put it this way. Since the reason why this is the close all doors situation. The reason why this here, is not controlled by somebody who's authorized. Anybody can hit this. So you don't want this to be a gain for everybody. You don't want it to open all the doors because then you raid one door. You come in, you're like, oh, thanks, and you hit the button and you just walk in. So you want the open all button to be in the core. But I think the open all button's a little scary because if somebody gets right to that room first, they can open up all your loot rooms. So maybe you just always have it where you have to open the doors, and then you just have a close all button. That seems a bit more realistic. If we do have the Rust Plus application immediately, this becomes far more simplistic and a lot more, what's the word? I mean, it's usable now, but it becomes more versatile. There we go. That's the word. It says, do you know when the L96 will be released? I don't know. It says, I'm starting to think Facepunch releasing servers is like GTA coming out this year. GTA 6 coming out this year. It'll never happen. No, I would be extremely surprised if we didn't see or hear something at least halfway through the year on community servers. I think it'll be a little bit sooner than that. That's my guess. Once they get those performance things through. Here's the thing. I think one of the biggest, and that's a good question because community servers usher in a lot of things. Solo, duo servers, bi-weekly servers, 2x, 3x, that kind of thing. I think after we get Power Surge, because there is some kind of server-side implications to Power Surge, electricity as it were, even though we may or may not get the Rust Plus application. But I think once they know what the server load is for all of that stuff, I think they'll have a better idea of how the community servers are going to work, if that makes any sense. Basically what I'm saying is electricity is tied into some server performance, and since they're constantly trying to fight memory requirements for the servers to make the cost lower, I think that's another thing. They want to have it settle in. So I think we're going to see Power Surge at least at the very first before we see or hear anything about community servers, which is pretty much already kind of known, but not directly known. If that makes any sense? Yeah, that kind of thing. Says, for sure, my first Builder's Paradise will be Power Surge. Look, dude, Brent, 100%, dude. Even though you may have a lot of these locked in, I would strongly suggest working some of the electricity just to get a feel for it, and throw it into a build as soon as you possibly can so you can feel out some of the kinks, because you don't want to be figuring it out when you're getting shot at. Sometimes you have no choice but to do that, right? But, I mean, that's kind of what makes it great. We started a little trap-based scenario here, which is really cool. Let me go ahead and turn this bad boy on. What it does is it detects somebody who's not... So these are the trap area, right? Just to kind of do a little review. I'm a little all over the place here. But, whoops, I'm going way too fast. So our circuit's turned on over here. So what it's going to do is, as soon as somebody walks in this door, those two double doors are going to open. This door is going to shut, and that's going to turn on a turret, and there's a shotgun trap there. So this is how this trap would work, right? Like you walk in, I'm closed in, and the turrets are on, and I'm dead. Obviously, you would put this on the opposite side of the door, and whatever triggers this, whether it's a kick plate or a, what is this, the HBF sensor, there's no way to turn it off unless you are the owner of the base, and then you're back here and you hit the reset switch. And you can sit here like it's a Saw movie and be like, you want to play a game? Right? Right. So I thought that was quite useful. And then what's cool is this kill switch here turns off the trap entirely and closes all the doors, which is nice. No, community servers are definitely going to happen this year. It's a matter of when, I guess, to go back to that original question. Okay, so we have like power backup we're going to experiment with. I think we'll kind of play around with this a little bit more. Let me check some of the list of questions. Throw them in there, ask the questions by all means. Because here's the thing. I think it's going to creep up for us to have testing branch very quickly, and we're going to want to know how to do it fast. So like having those questions right away is going to get us started. Because before you know it, we're going to be playing it on testing and just, you know, I mean, it's not just Builder's Paradise. They're actual servers. Like, we'll be playing testing branch, showing you guys how OP electricity is, power surge. He says, well, thanks, buddy. He says, I love how you explain so much to the viewers. It helps a lot because Rust doesn't give us much info. That's true. I know. Well, here's the thing. In their defense, and again, I don't work for them, and I have no incentive to say anything. I love Rust, whether it's on PC or console. Double 11 typically when they get quiet is because they've got their head down and they're working on a lot of stuff. We've got some clues and a little bit of inside information here and there as to what's coming. I know what's percolating now is definitely power surge, and I'm anxious to see or hear or see official word whenever that does hit. You know what I mean? It says Zergs are so annoying. It says Solo spent 8 hours grinding yesterday, then got offline rated. Yeah, I feel that, Peppers. We've gotten offline quite a few times recently by stream snipers. Super annoying, but you know, it happens. But I think if we get, what is it called, Rust Plus, the companion app, I think it's going to help solos tremendously. It's going to help all players, but especially solos, because it's especially rough to get offline if you're by yourself, you know? So it's going to help with that situation. And again, our circuit we built over here, and that's if we get Rust Plus. Which, if you don't know what Rust Plus is, it's a companion app that works on your phone. So even when you're outside of the game, this little piece here can send a message to your phone. So like what's going to happen is, this is a raid detection circuit that we built, and if any walls here get destroyed, and I mean any, it's going to send a thing to your phone immediately. So this is going off, and my phone now has a message that says wall breach, and this can happen anywhere. If you have an office or a room that's got those LED lights, you can even put a thing in there that'll make your lights flash. Now that's if we get Rust Plus paired with this. I don't know if we'll get it initially. I have a feeling it might be staggered. There we go. That's the better way to put it. And because it'll be staggered, I think we'll get it a little bit later, if that makes any sense. But we'll have to wait and see. They haven't said anything officially. But there are signs to show that Rust Plus, as it stands right now on the PC, shows evidence of... I'm trying to find this fucking switch. Oops, can I say it? Yep, we're past 10 minutes. Woo, thank goodness. We're trying to... there's evidence to show that there's multiple login information that can happen on that application right now as it stands. So there is evidence to support that it is going to be a thing at some point, but they haven't officially said if that makes sense. I hope we get it initially, because Rust Plus is so powerful, and even people on PC don't use it enough. But tell me if you're a solo and you've got a small base and you've got your walls wired, which looks to be like explosives, but they're not. This will let you know when somebody raids you. Like, how useful is that? And then the application, whether you make a base like this or not, will tell you when you do get killed, so you kind of know when. But for us, I mean, unless you're sitting in an important airlock, by the time you get killed, your base has already been raided by the time you get that notification. So having wall breach notice is OP, brother. So, you know, stuff like that. And what's cool, though, is let's say we don't get Rust Plus to start. You can still have, let's say you have a satellite base that you've been farming with, right? You can still send a signal to your main base when you're in the game to say that something else is getting raided. You just won't use this piece, and obviously you have to be in game, but still extremely useful. Dude, I'm telling you, it's going to change the way you play the game. It says, do you know if movement will soon be horses, mini scrap, and so on? Movement? Monument? I think horses is the one that I've seen proof of that they've been willing to put forward. I know they're probably prototyping minis and stuff, but like there's flat out evidence to show that there's horses being worked on. But that'd be cool if we got them all at once, right? Like minis are such a big part of the game too. Again, it's always a memory requirement. It says, for sure, it says this is how my first Builder's Paradise will be power surge will look. Yeah. Yeah, just get a bunch of land and start building it out. Like these soft side of the walls for the stone, make it really nice for like a whiteboard almost. least for me. It's fun to work these out, though. Like, you really want to understand it. And don't worry, we'll have plenty. We've shot a bunch of these already. Some of these are being shot. So we're going to have a bunch of, like, explaining the different components. We're also going to have very specific builds to help people that are like, hey, I don't need to understand it. I just need a quick pattern of what I need solved. Something like this, where you're like, hey, I need a turret outside my base, and I need it to work ASAP. So we'll make stuff like that so you can just copy it easy. So we're going to have a whole plethora of stuff that's coming through. So yeah, Zergs can be annoying, but I mean, that is, I hate to say it, but I mean, that is part of Rust. It's more about like how to navigate and fall under the radar and not on it. You know, because here's the thing. Real Zergs, real actual Zergs that have played and been established for a while don't have time to mess around with solos unless you give them a reason to. It's not saying you won't have some douchebags that'll come in and just be douchebags, but the real thing is, if you don't look juicy enough or big, most big groups won't attack you because they have to worry about the other big groups. Once Rust settles in, that's how it's played on PC. But again, if we tick somebody off real bad, they'll come after us. And here's the thing, don't let them know where you live. Like, don't be running back to your base all the time. And having more than one base does help tremendously. And again, for anybody that's wondering, and I know I show this every time, but it's worth showing, you know, our standard turrets, and this is why we're going over this. This is a standard turret right now as it stands in our game, right here. You don't have to wire it. You just put it down, authorize, and turn it on. And put bullets in, obviously, right? But it's going to change from that to power collection, storage, components, splits, and then multiple turrets, and then you have a timer on this. So we can only run this for 4 hours. Pretty wild. So like, you see how the footprint changes tremendously, and this is just 3 turrets, and we can only run that for 3 hours. Or I'm sorry, 4 hours, what am I saying? So yeah, it's a big deal. It seems small, but I'm telling you, in practice, as you start to play a game, it gets crazy. Do you need to place, do you need TC to place or pick up components? You need it to pick them back up, yes. I don't think you can place on anybody's structure. That's a good question. Consider it like small deployables. So if you're not authorized in the area, you can't place anything. What's up? Selectica says, yo, Jade, how are you? Says, I've been meaning to join one of your streams. Well, hello. I'm glad you made it. What's up? Hiya. Okay, let's see. I got my list here. Let me figure out what we're going to do first. From the last time it says, somebody asked, and this is good, how would the power work for splitting up multiple turrets if I'm using multiple splitters? So, and this again will be its own thing at one point. Let me go ahead and bring up the 2 components we're talking about. The 2 components that split power are branch and the splitter. And they each have their own uses. And you find them in the world. You can also learn them. You can also go through the tech tree. Do we have one of the... we don't. Let me just throw up a bench. Just put it out here somewhere. Okay, this is just for... I can't wait for community servers, though. As a side note, just know that the Boyfriend Squad is going to be throwing up stuff like crazy on that. And so stay tuned for that, because we're going to have some servers. So you don't even have to spend money if you don't want to, because we're going to have some pretty cool setups for it. So there you go. You'll see how much this tree expands here. Like, you know what a level 2 looks like, right? Like, this whole side is electricity. And obviously these are some car parts that aren't in yet. But I mean, look at this. These are just components. Like, what? That's crazy. And then look at the level 1, which also has a lot. They don't cost too much as far as research. Most of them are 20. Some of them are 75, like this little guy. And the AND switch, I believe, is still... That's a timer. Where's the AND switch? OR switch? XOR... Do they change it? Well, anyways, I'm pretty sure the AND switch is 75. And is right at the 2 are at the top. 3 are at the top. Anyways. Shmuel's coming next update? It should be, yes. The question is, when is our next big update? Okay, so here's the other thing, too. Good question. Because I know we all want it on main branch, like, definitely. It's going to be small oil rig as far as we know. Or let's put it this way. It'll be at least small oil rig on the next major update. Large oil rig is still being worked on. It's still kind of floating in Builder's Paradise. Just know that, yeah, just expect small oil rig. If you get large, it'll be that much better. Here's large. I think our heavies are still here from, like, I don't know, last week. Watch, it's gonna be so loud. I'm sorry in advance. Once the heavies get wind of me, it's gonna be nuts. Are they still walking around up here, or did somebody kill them? Maybe they go away after so many days. We're talking like actual days. I don't see any heavies. That surprises me. Here, let's stir up the nest. Maybe they're gone. I wonder if somebody cleaned them. Razor might have done it. Because they typically just stay on the oil rig, which, by the way, is a fantastic strategy. Small or large. So yeah, here's how it typically works so far, right? And this could definitely change. Basically what I'm saying is we can get an update on main branch at any time, and when we do, expect a wipe across the board. Now here's how it's been working the last few times. At the end of the month, the last Thursday of the month is typically when it's a good time slot for us to get a larger update. So is it a candidate for this time? Yes. Have they said officially? No. But at minimum, when we do get a main branch update, like main content, like beefier content, it's at least going to be schmoil. Now, I hope this doesn't happen, but if it's not ready, and maybe they want to stick schmoil and large and electricity together, then I don't think it'll be in like a week and a half. Does that make sense? I know it's confusing. Believe me, I'm confused sometimes about it. I have to like double, triple check. And here's what schmoil looks like if you haven't seen it yet. They're both super fun. Like, it's nice to have another big monument that has red card type loot. And just remember, the scientists are supposed to be hard. They're beamers on purpose. They're not like trash pile scientists. They will rip you. And the heavy scientists are just that much more stronger. You got to really isolate and pick them off. Because if they double up on you, good luck. And once they get a lock on you, they will beam you. Just like junk pile scientists, but worse. So think about it like that, you know? So yeah, I was like pretty juiced up about electricity, and I was like, yeah, let's do an earlier stream and get some builds and some questions down. Anyways, so yeah, schmoil at the very least on the next major update. I kind of want them, I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you want, like, on the next major update, do you want it to take longer and have more stuff, or do you want it to have schmoil and then potentially take another 2 months for the other stuff? What's up, Lena? I don't know what else they would add in the other one, but what's interesting, though, if you guys have noticed, on the last skin store update, because they sneak in, like, smaller fixes, air quotes, those are some of the fixes that are currently on testing branch, which I thought was kind of interesting. The other question is that, like, we've answered questions about main branch, but when does testing branch get power surge, right? Hopefully soon. They need to nerf the scientists. But, I mean, I get it, but they're almost exactly the same as the ones on PC. They're supposed to be really nasty. But once you kind of get it and have died a lot on the oil rig and figure out a place where you can kind of safely go, it becomes easier. But it is supposed to be difficult because that's like some of the best loot in the game that'll drop there. And you can do it as a solo. Another great tactic is to get the heavies out and then jump off the side and let the heavies kill the next group that comes in and take their stuff. It's real dirty. We got a few more pages of this. Let's just make sure I'm on the right one here. We've got a bunch of these notes. Of course I do. What a nerd. Okay, so differences between splits and stuff. So we had that question last time, which I thought was good. Trying to think of a good way to put this out there. Okay, so branches, you can control what the split is. You have 3 handles. All right, you've got your input at the bottom, the yellow square. At the top left is the branch out, and that's the one you can control when you configure it. And then there's the right-hand side, which is called power out, which is the leftovers of whatever takes off the main power. So when I configure this, I can say I would like 12 units of power on the branch portion. So now this handle, the branch out, will take 12 or whatever it has and takes the remainder and dumps it into power out, which is on the right. It seems a little goofy, and especially when you loop them together, it gets a little nerdy, but extremely useful. I do hope we get colors when we do get power surge, colored wiring. So like if you want to keep that remainder power, and then you can shave off more power, and then you configure this one. It looks wild for sure, but it's when you need control over the split, because the splitter, the power in comes at the top, but it will evenly split off of whichever of these contact points, power out 1, 2, or 3, are connected. So if you have 2 connected, it will take whatever's in here and divide it by 2. If you have 3 things connected here, power out 1 through 3, it's going to divide it evenly between all of those. So it's cool for some quick stuff, but it can be not your friend if you need a bunch of very precise splits. If that makes sense. Yeah, it should come out the 27th. And again, once Double 11 responds, we'll let everybody know, like officially. But we kind of know with things that have been percolating in the background and what's been on testing branch and what comes off testing branch. Do you know what I mean? All right, looking through the list again. Somebody asked earlier, if I open a door manually, will the door controller close it? What's beautiful about door controllers, I don't know if we said this last time, but they will, whether it's open or closed, when the power cuts on a door controller, everything shuts. So if the power goes off on purpose or it gets destroyed, that's essentially what this does. See how these door controllers here are kind of, well, are they lit? Maybe not. But as soon as you kill the power, see how these are all lit right now? As soon as you kill the power, and that's what this red switch does, you'll see all these go off and anything closes. Watch, we'll have this closed. It's not like this is going to open again. Let's say this is closed. So when I hit the kill switch, everything should be closed. This shouldn't open and this shouldn't open. It's going to close everything. Close these, and nothing else is going to open. I'll kind of pass through the wall here so you can see these doors stayed shut. And all these door controllers are now not green. Useful. What's up? Selected says, OMG, I forgot to tell you, I bought the normal Rust, but I didn't find out until last week. It says, if you've got the new Cobalt Employee Pack, you can get the testing branch for free. Yes, if you're on PlayStation only. That used to work on Xbox. Unfortunately, that does not anymore. So keep that in mind. And it was on sale over the holiday, wasn't it? Pretty sure it was. So I was talking about power backup. That's something I kind of want to workshop. So let's say we've got, unless somebody's got a more pressing question, and I will try to answer that in between. Here's what I was thinking, and this is why I was like, man, I want to do this on stream. So, like, because people always have good questions and, like, good ideas to go along with what we're doing. You know, because, like, we all play the game, so we're all really familiar with how things may or may not work. Somebody asked last time, is there a way to do power backup for these? And I think that's what I would like to workshop, because you want a way to charge up more if somehow you're going over the 200 power limit for this particular battery. And so you're able to charge more. And also, if somehow this battery dies, to kick in again to get longer run time. Because, okay, so let's say let's say you're solo and you're like, man, I know these guys hate my guts and I need these turrets on outside all the time when I sign out because I know they're coming from my cheeks. So you come over here and you're like, man, I only got 4 hours and I need to sleep at least 8. So I need a way to keep this boosted. So I think there's a way, And I don't know off the top, because we're actually going to build this. I haven't built the solution yet. I think there's a way we can kind of make a switch for this where it makes it run longer. And I think that's the one we're going to workshop while we're taking questions. Does that sound good, or does that sound poopy? What do you guys think? Wee! It says yes, there was a sale. That's what I thought. Sean J. Because that's going to be incredibly useful, I think, for anybody, having a longer runtime. And here's another way to do a longer runtime. See how we have 4 hours, roughly? You can also kill one of the connections. See, now this is 24 units of power apiece. Notice how that went up 6 hours? That's another way to do it kind of easily, is have multiple batteries, but you'll find very quickly how long it takes to charge something like this. You know, you can put a battery for each, so like you'll get 8 hours. This is the poor man's way to do it. But now you have 12 hours. But you're like, man, I need more than one turret. Exactly. Oops, let's make this red. Because I was looking over some circuits, and I was like, I think we have a way to kind of do this. It might be a little janky for us, but hey, you know, whatever gives us more runtime. And let's not forget, one of the other major things you're going to need to power, especially when the helicopter comes in, are SAM sites. Let's not forget our good friend the SAM site. I think it's called the trap, right? Yeah, this guy. Oops, sorry, my speed is like super high. This little guy that shoots down aircraft. And no, it does not shoot down the attack heli. It's like the first thing we tried. Although, I like that people are thinking that. It might have at one time, and then they fixed it. This is back on PC days. But I mean, think about it. When you got a bunch of helicopters everywhere, how are you going to keep them out of your base? Like this. And I'm pretty sure we'll never get the gasoline version of this, as we're going to get a power surge first, because this now takes electricity, although it does have a gas tank in the model. That's where the ammo goes now. So, yeah, and you can buy the ammo back at the outpost. But, you know, having turrets and also anti-air is going to be your friend. Especially when someone's like, we're going to raid this base. Do you guys want to see me get shot at with this or not? You know, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. This is so absolutely ruthless. And it should be. Okay, now anything that flies over is going to get absolutely toasted. Don't believe me? Watch this. The most agile aircraft we have. This may not even be far enough away. Yep, see what I mean? Already tagging me, dude. As soon as I got into it. Hello, Randy? I think I was just outside the range, but the explosion still got me. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you. SAM sites, OP. You can dodge them, but it's extremely difficult. Here it comes. Watch me get wrecked. It's gonna track me. Oh, but Jesus got me. I'm up. Yep, see what I mean? My wheels. But the hard counter to SAM sites are, believe it or not, flame weapons. So if you've got flaming arrows, the good old compound bow can work, but flame arrows seem to work the best. Or like incendiary rockets. So you can see just how devastating that is. And this all requires power, because I don't think we'll get a gasoline version of this first. Power surge is going to come before any of that stuff, so I think we'll just outright skip it. So that's cool. What's up? Adrian says, just got here. What I missed? Oh, we're just going over stuff. I think we're going to try to workshop a better backup system for this. And remember, like, and I tell people this every time, but it's definitely worth this. If you only take one thing away, is start charging your battery no matter how it is immediately. Because even though this guy may fill up, pick it up and put another one down because it will hold its charge, and you can use it for a raid. You can put down another battery if that one dies somehow in the middle of a fight. Like, you have to be online for it, but it's better than all your turrets going down, right? So you can put down another battery and then connect all the outputs. Somebody asked if you can wire to a gate. We got a little example here. As long as the door controller's on the wall next to it, you can't really see it because it kind of sits inside the model. There you go, with a switch. Hot, super hot. Automatic lights. Let me try this. There you go. That way it'll stay like that. What's up, Lena? She's a hi bestie there, Roberto. Let's do it. Now, there's been a couple changes too, so I wonder if we can get away with this. There is like a rule where you can't stick things in between root combiner logic, although that's kind of changed. There's a couple caveats to it, but I wonder if we can like get away with it. So we're gonna experiment with a bunch of different things here and see if we can't get it to work the way we want it to. Because if we could make like a backup circuit, that would be so sick. There was a way to do it before, but it was like really complex and not super. You could use it, but it was kind of an edge case thing because you're like, oh, I'd have to use it like this, and then it was weird. Although I think the way they have it now, I think we can get away with it. Legitimately. Says, can you shoot the wires or cut the power supply? Good question. The power supply, they will take damage. All these components, they do take damage. That's why you kind of want to protect them. These guys are pretty tough because they sit outside, but they're not invincible. But if you kind of keep them high on your rooftop and keep them away from the edge, most people won't even know you have them. These are susceptible to rocket shots. That's why I tell people, I was like, unless you really want to get raided a lot, probably stay away from these for as long as you can, or avoid them, especially if you're small. Because, I mean, look at this. You can see this from so far away. It's like, hey, come raid me, dog. See what I mean? Huge. But here's the thing. The cables are invincible, but they're connected to components. So when the component gets destroyed, the cable goes away. So just because they're invincible doesn't mean just, like, let them hang out there. You still tuck them away, so people still have to guess where your stuff is in your base. It's just like hiding your main loot room, right? You want them to guess and spend as much cheese as possible to get to that point, because maybe they'll run out. So like connecting things and having them go through the walls like in Ark, you know what I mean? Like you want to avoid that as much as possible. You can do it, but try to tuck stuff away the best you can. Okay, so we're going to speed charge a couple of these bad boys here. So we're going to try a couple of things. So typically you don't have access to this giant test generator thing. It's literally for admins and for testing. But in this case, we're going to use it to speed charge a bunch of these bad boys. And let's use some combiners. Because we want to be able to pick up power and like use them in their capacity for... So this only can take 200, and this can only take 200. These have 2 outputs of well, 3 outputs. So we can just go like this. Let this bad boy charge. That's okay. The important part is definitely not this part of the circuit. I'm just trying to speed charge. And obviously you can't just fly through there. What are you, the admin? You piece of trash. And then we can take one of these big boys. I think the maximum input on this is 400. Don't quote me on that. Oh, that model that looks like it's in the front is always so misleading. Does that look like it's in the front? It's not. have thought they would have fixed that by now, but I guess not. Alright, so since this is 400, what we can do is take the output. Remember, we didn't use the back handles on these. Again, not that this is super pertinent, but whatever. Plug it in, and then we use this one. Boop, beep, boop, boop. So we'll take, that's 200, and then we'll take 100 from here. Is that right? Am I out of my mind? That's only 300. Jeez, I am slow today. So there, we'll take another 100 and combine it. So that's what, 300? Yep. Now it's 400, that's the max. So we can get this to charge the maximum. You can put more than 400 in a large battery, but the thing is, it's going to be wasted power. That's another thing too. Let's say, because sometimes you will have wind turbines. Sometimes you have a duo or a solo and you've got big chat energy going on. So you'll have like a big compound. So like, how do you shave off the power and not waste it? Because that's huge. It's a resource. Consider it like sulfur. It's valuable. Or like scrap, right? Scrap is super valuable. Sells power. And think about this. You can sell powered up batteries in the vending machine. That's right. Alright, so now these are charging secretly. And we'll keep these guys over here as like dead batteries to kind of simulate the process of things dying. Sound good? Great. Alright, so these are being charged while we talk about stuff. And we're going to make our hypothetical situation out here on the platform. Right? Right. What's up? This is Jay. What I missed? Fill me in. We're coming up or workshopping a way to do battery backups for turrets. I don't actively have a solution right now. I think we're going to come up with something though live on stream. So extremely useful. Here's the scenario we're looking at for anybody who just joined. Ooh. Because we had a lot of things to power. SAM sites, lights, turrets. These are all very expensive things to run. So being able to understand or at least manage the power the best you can is going to make it so you've got more protection for longer. And it can be the difference between holding back a raid or not. So here's our scenario. Power in from solar, right? We have, what is this, a total of... If these both are on this 40, 40, 80. Max during the day. Maximum input can be 80. We've got it into a battery that's fully charged, and we have these turrets running. But see, our runtime for 3 of them is 5 hours and a half. So if you need to sign off for the night and have them running, how can you do it in an efficient way or have a backup? Because let's say your base gets attacked on one side and you lose a battery, right? How do you have a backup for that? I think we have a solution. Somebody was asking that, I think 2 streams ago. It was a good question, and I've been thinking about it, and I think we can do it. So, yeah, extremely useful. And especially if we cook this up live on stream, you guys will be that much further ahead, because you can always come back and reference this bad boy. I'm sure it'll be a video at some point once we figure it out, but... We came up with a kill switch for the door. Cheems was asking about that. Somebody else asked about it, which I thought was really cool. A way to close all your doors when you leave your base. Let's see, you're going outside. Oh, this is cool. This is your outside door. Before you leave, you hit the... This closes everything, and then you can go outside and farm. We could probably elaborate on this one later, where this still works, but then we have a sensor, so if somebody who's not authorized on the TC will automatically trigger all of these doors to close, which is awesome. So, let's just write that one down. We'll call it like kill switch, auto close kill switch, auto. And then we have turret backup. That's what we're working on now. And if you guys have anything else, again, throw them in the chat, dude. And if I don't read it off and it's been like 10 minutes, definitely please throw it back in there, because fantastic questions, man. Hopefully, here's my guess, right? while we're kind of brainstorming this. I think, and again, we'll have a better idea, I think, throughout the week, possibly tomorrow. But I think once, because we have a major wipe coming for at least weekly at the end of the month, right? And that's a potential slot, a potential slot for an update. So, I don't know. Would that be the 27th? When is that? I think we might see Shmoil on main, and I think maybe we might see something on testing either then or before then. It's a guess. I don't know. That was, yeah, the 27th. So we have a week and a half. What's up, Taylor? Taylor! I have multiple floors on this. I don't know. It's not his fault he can't read. Okay, let's separate our... We just blocked that freaking... you get the idea. The floor changes. These aren't the same thing. Anyways. Okay, so what I want to do, and I'm probably going to mess this up a couple times. Oh, nice. We can actually go out this far. Dope. Don't know how feasible this is, but what I was thinking was, and I'm just thinking out loud, we don't need two of those switches now, do we? If we can put logic in between stuff, I think the blocker can be our friend with our battery situation, right? So if we have a way to test the load, insert joke, to test the load, we could, in theory, when it drops below a certain threshold, we could have other things power on. I hope. Now, we have to test a couple different things because they have changed the electronics a little bit, and I've been out of the game ever since Rust Council came out because that's all we've been playing. So there have been good changes for the better, for sure. So I want to see if those changes work in our favor, is what I'm saying. Because they've definitely gotten a lot better with the electronics. Yeah, let's just put a freaking box down, shall we? And then we'll put the extra boxes in the box. Whatever. Whatever, Randy. Because this, if we can test this, this will be the core logic between choosing when something dies or goes below a certain threshold. And here's the other thing, too. You can have extra batteries stocked up. And if one starts to be underpowering the, or starts to underpower the turrets, the other one can kick in and give you enough time to sleep and come back from work or whatever and then go, okay, I need to address this. Because sometimes you need that coverage, man. You know, wipe day is crazy. I think we can do this. I'm pretty sure we can. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other questions here. Hold on. They need a list. What gets released at what time? I agree, Mason. I'm with you on that. Although I don't think it's always that easy, but at least a rough idea would be great. I know it's not that easy for them to do that, and I know there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes, too, that we're not privy to. Brent says, what's the cost to eco-raid solar panels? Good question. Brent with the clutch questions. Hang on. I can definitely figure that one out. And then we have... So what are you guys the most excited? You know what? Let me make this a thing. I meant to add more of that, but that's okay. There we go. It should be a poll now. I'm figuring out the rest of this. Alright, so I think this works like the AND switch. The OR switch, I think, will take the one that's the most powered. At least that's how it used to work. I hope that's still the case. Because if it is, it'll be sitting pretty. I'm going to go ahead and pre-wire these. I like to stick my power lines down here. It's almost like, I consider it like a, what do they call them? A spike bar, or, what do they call them? Where you stick a bunch of plugs into it? Jeez, what's wrong with my brain, dude? Extension cord, but it has like a bunch of extra plugs. Plug extender? I don't know. Even before I know anything, I kind of like to stick these down here because, you know, you take your power and throw them up to the circuit. It's handy. And I usually do tighter connections like this. Not that anybody probably cares. They probably don't. But I'm going to show you anyway. A lot of times when I'm doing this, they'll be a lot tighter. About as tight as you can make it. And then the connecting pieces will just be... But I space them out so you guys can kind of see what's going on. Because when you see this, you're like, what? But when I have them in this pattern, it just means it's like a power cluster. A grid. You know, stuff. And this would be a good kind of setup for the Xor Switch. I wonder if we could use some of these panels. I don't know. These have changed a little bit. For the better, I think. But not necessarily telling you exactly what's coming out of these. Whatever. We can try it. It may not work the way we think it does. I'm just changing it to a pass-through. And then let's make the stuff in the exterior blue for now. We'll change the colors as we need to, I guess. So what you want to do... Oh, you know what I should have done? Oh, man, I am not thinking. Yep, we're going to have to slide it up a little bit. Bloop. And these are nice to do, too. And I would strongly recommend doing stuff like this in Builder's Paradise. I would take a mini-copter over oil rig and power stir. You know what? I should have put that in there. And I also should have put... All I wanted was a burger. Okay, so we have two switches coming through. And we're going to have different types of power. So we're going to see which one dominates. These are controlled outputs. So let's make them blue. We're going to control the output of these. So the first one's going to be a low signal. Since this is going to take up one and then we're going to have one left over, we're just, for argument's sake, we're going to make it 4 so we don't lose. If I put more logic in there and forget. And we'll make this one the load of, like, the beefy boy. So we'll make it 20. And what I want to test here is to make sure that when the OR switch triggers, it will take the larger of the two. Or how it's going to deal with that. And that's kind of the Xor. Oh, we're going to test them all. Is that the OR switch? Nerdy stuff. Do comps cause the building any hitbox problems? Not as far as I know. Now, we may run into that on our version, because it's the first time they're implementing it, and the electrical system is complex, for sure, especially from a programming standpoint. And then especially with like a low memory situation, it can make it fairly difficult, I would imagine. Again, taking big jumps here. I don't actually know, but We'll make the output green. Sure, let's go. Okay, so this one is 4, the other one is 20. So if this one's on, oh, pff, it helps if it's plugged in, homie. What an idiot. And we're going to big fat cheat on this one and just not have a battery at all. We're just going to have a constant 100 coming. I'm so dumb, dude. Okay, so neither of these are on. The blue one is set to 4. This one's set to 20. The yellow is set to 20. We can control the yellow line by the switch. And then the OR, the way it works is if either one goes through, this will turn on. So the question is, if this is on, it says 1 here, but you're actually getting 2. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why this kind of changed. It is good, but it is confusing. But there is a total of more than that coming through. And then if we have this on, I think that takes the higher one. It does. So this one gets shut out, and this takes the higher one. So that's an interesting... So if this goes off, this is still going to be 18. That's an interesting... Like, and at first you're like, oh, that's okay. But think about it. If we have multiple power inputs, we need a way to break it down and to say when one gets below a threshold, the other one needs to come on. Or if we're kind of doing an additive thing, we need to make sure it stays on. This could be used as a trigger. So, all right. OR still works the way AND switches do, and the AND is the exact same way. If we take this thing out here, both signals have to be on. And again, seems so small, but it's such a big deal. That's why it costs 75. Scrappy put. I consider this a signal booster circuit, or logic. Because you need them both on, but it takes the higher power one. So if this is your blue, and then we have yellow on this side. So we have the 18 coming through here. Or it's 19, but after it goes through here, it'll be 18. But it's not coming out the top at all, because it's not been triggered yet. So when this is on, now you have the, what is it, that 2, 3 power coming through here. But you'll see what comes out the top is the 19. Is it the 19? That's interesting that the other one chewed up one, but it always takes the higher power. So when these are active, whichever one has a higher power amount, which can change, and I know that's a little bit, there you go. It's 19, and it throws out the top. So, and here's what they both look like together. That's the AND switch, and then here is the OR switch. We should probably just put them all together, huh? Hey, here's what they look like next to each other. And if you look in the world, at the monuments, you'll see these little logic circuits already there. You're like, that's great, Jade, but how does that help me with my turrets? Well, hopefully we can workshop some more of this and get it going. I like to see these little examples here, to see what some of the limitations are, how they react to things. And I like to build off that. Like I said, we're workshopping this. We don't actively have a solution for this. We're going to make it. What was the other one we were doing, Odin? It was our timer switch to get a, it's like the BoiFriendSquad activation switch, because you have a slow time when you open the door. You want the turret to turn on just a little bit before the door does, so it's like a time delay. Like by 2 seconds. So when that garage door opens, it's immediate rippage. That was nice. I can't remember our solution for it though. Swing doors are nice, but like you got that tail, you know, like you gotta deal with that. It says, well, if it's food, I would take a triple-decker pizza over a burger any day. Most people say community service. That makes sense. Hold on, I got a bunch of circuit. Hold on, let me see if I can get this up and running real quick. Another good resource to use. Oh, Man, I can't remember the name of the... I remember what it is. Okay, I think we found it. Let me sign in real quick. Just 1 second. So I have a few of my circuits here too that we worked on. Okay, sorry, it took me a second. I had a bunch of these. Okay, so Rustrition. It works in a web browser. I'm pretty sure it works on tablet. It'll work on a phone if you have a big enough like screen, I think. It might be a little rough, but it's really good. This is some of the stuff from last year we were messing with. Okay, hang on. Sorry. Hello. Hello, Clarice. I thought this one was interesting because I think this one is the, well, I guess we could do it with the generator too. Right, right. It might be the cheaper way to do it now that I think about it, now that we look at that thing. With this little guy, you do have actual handles to do a force start, force stop, force start. And you know, if you got some of that low grade, baby, that'll keep things running. It says, yes, I remember that one. I might have a pick on the setup on the turret and the door before it's open. Yeah, I know we need to work it down a little bit, but if we have time later on in the stream, I'd definitely like to get it going, because that, if we can work that into our stuff, that would be legit. Again, like, we are so heavy in the electronics and using it all the time on PC, but again, since we main over on console now and it's been out for the year, I've been out of practice, so I'm feeling a little behind. It's coming back. It says, let's go. This is Tim Wright. It says, hey. I don't think they really soak damage necessarily, Brent. Yeah. Alright, so if we have a battery that dies, and again, we'll reshuffle this after we figure this out, because I'm figuring it out in real time. We'll see if we can just do an easy one where this little guy kicks on. Because the beauty of this is it already has preloaded a bunch of low grade, so that's dope. Batteries are switch. There you go. Wheels on the right. Okay, so if this little dude eats it, I don't know what we're gonna use for a circuit, but something that. No, we don't even need that. We'll just have a bunch of turrets run. That's all you really need, right? Oh, you know what? We'll do this a little later. This one's kind of sick. This will remind me. If somebody wants to try that website on their phone and see if it's any good, see if it works. Yeah, I guess you could see them. I don't know how well you can functionally use it, but it's dope. I'm pretty sure it works on this too. I can't say I've ever tried. Hold on. So I take it kind of giving a crash course on power surge before it comes down to see. Yep, that's exactly what we're doing. Yes, sir. Yeah, so I wrote down auto furnace, oil rig alarm, and satellite base alarm. And then more detection stuff. Okay, let's just get a normal switch. We'll deal with smart switches later. We'll have the bend over here with a bunch of sample turrets. Let's have them running over here, I guess. I mean, I figure these are 10 apiece, so that's a pretty significant load on a medium battery. And that battery's not charged, so I just want to... There's a lot of different ways you can do this. So, and again, we'll reshuffle this when it makes more sense. Oh yeah, we can always have the split. Ooh, this might be a little bit easier than I thought. Because the logic, we're not coming off of a split. Yeah, okay. This is, I got this. We might have to reorganize that, but that's fine. So, this is the control. It's similar to this. Be some differences to it. How you've got like an active piece that comes in and this controls. And I know it looks weird. Let me just keep the wire up. I know it looks weird, but like the yellow line, as long as there's power in it, and remember, the priority on the branch is, if you look at that yellow handle, the glowing box that says branch out, it's always priority. No matter what comes in, it always tries to feed the 2 power to this left-hand side right here. and whatever's left over goes to the battery. But that's important because this takes priority. So when that power, if there's more than enough, if there's 2 units of power that come through this line, it's going to go here and block this, which is the lamp. And obviously when there's power during the day, you don't want the light on. You don't need it on. So all the rest of the power goes here into the battery. So it's the same idea where we're detecting a power on the line and we're using the block for it. We're not using it to invert a signal, but we're using it to detect a signal, if that makes any sense. So yeah, when it drops below 2, and this is going to drain it a little bit, but that's okay. So yeah, I really you just need 2 on this one. We'll kind of maybe just set up the same way as we did the last one, and we'll have the control piece come here. And then we have a switch for the whole thing. That makes more sense. Yeah, we'll put the switch on the bottom. So maybe we slide this guy over. Maybe we did have a good position for this. And again, we'll have the full build once we have it a bit more. Because remember, we etched it out last time, and then we got it a little bit more efficient. So it goes to here. We got the split. The blocker does the control. We'll try to color code this so it's not as confusing. Wait, am I totally... Yeah, I might have this jacked up. Okay. Can we? Hold on. Detection, input, block. We'll try it. We'll try it. So the rest of this goes to the switch. I have it in the wrong position. I was there for a second and now I'm not there. You know what I mean? It says Rust Plus has a wall destruction mechanic. Can you trigger, say, a power on a turret? You have to build the mechanic for it, Brent. For the wall destruction mechanic. Rust Plus has the ability to send you notifications or turn things on and off when you're out of the game via your phone. Good question. So it says, can you trigger, say, a power on a turret? That would be a smart switch, and yes, you can. So if the main battery's power, it has to... Okay, I'm definitely out of my head here. So what we want it to do... Can we stick logic in between these? I don't know. Hold on. Oh! I'm glad I looked at that, because it just made me think of this. And maybe that's what's going on with that circuit. Okay, this can like be a power detection for sure. But what's cool with this one is we could take 2 different types of power inputs, potentially, and use them together. And that's an Xor Switch. You know what? I wonder how this one works. Let's go test it. But when they're both on, it turns off. I'm pretty sure. Sorry, some of this is me catching back up. Haha. Okay, so that doesn't do any combining, so that's cool. So the Xor is basically when they're both on, they shut off and they're not going to take from the other one. So that's clean. That's interesante. This one's interesting because this one peels off the power as it goes down. I guess we're kind of making this now. And watch, we maybe end up doing the same thing, but... And that's interesting. We should probably put this on our stuff too. On the inside, we have like a little light that goes off. Instead of having these, because people can see these on the outside, low ammo or whatever, I like to have these little indicators on the turrets as well. And then we have like a sign or like from left to right, it means one thing or another, but we might be getting ahead of ourselves on that. So that's interesting. So you remember how we connect things like this and shave them off? As the power goes down, you kind of use this as like, hey, if there's not enough power, then this one circuit doesn't work. That's interesting that they use it for detection, but I wonder how this one's working for the trigger. This one is the reset? Oh, interesting. Okay, so then this one goes to, is this the force start? Or is that the force stop? This might be better than what I was thinking. Interesting. So this one... I want to stick it over here so we can see it better. Let me just stick it over here for now. Ooh. Okay, let's make this green would be the force start. And then red is the force stop. Correct? Correct. I'm going to build this one because this one either is better than what I was thinking or it's going to help me build on what we're going to do. What's interesting about this is you have inverted output and just output, so you can use it for the two states, which is interesting that we've plugged this in on this one. Man, dude, just being out of the loop for like, what is it, 8 months it's been out, or 7 months? How long has the game been out? My console? And then that becomes the new power output. You know, let's staple this to the ground. Am I a freak? Yes. It's Christmas. So I have a good question on Power Surge update. When they implement it, are they going to get all the power components, or will they only get some of them? That's up in the air. I don't know. We do have solid proof that we're going to get some of the core components. The question is, are we getting the more advanced stuff? So are we getting the smart switch and what is this one? The smart alarm, which sends notifications, and the inventory, which is a little bugged right now. Oh, that's actually showing up. There you go. What is this one called? Inventory storage monitor. Those would be in the advanced. So the power, and which one sets it? So the first one goes through in the branch. Man, I got my speed turned way up, dog. There is no toggle. Toggle's on the bottom. That's reset and that's set. work though? I don't know. Some of these I have on my list. I was like, did I test these? They could have been brainstorms and we never actually tested them. Because if this one comes through and hits the set, it's going to keep it on. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that actually hits the stop button. And then if there's some left over, it comes here. And then it hits the reset? How is that? Would that even work, dude? And then this one comes through, and that's the output for... There's only 2 for this. And that's what powers it. Interesting. So our whole circuit... Man, I don't think I tested this one. It's essentially... This is the circuit we're looking at. Let's find out, eh? A? I wish we'd figure this out live. A? So, we've got 3 of these. Working like so. And then it feeds into this. So this last... They're all 2. And the output of the power goes into the bottom of that one. And then we'll kind of map it through. Ooh, baby. What a ride we're on right now. So we'll have the blue maybe go. And then the set represents... Interesting. Interesantes. So the power for all of this is the split here, which is going to come down to this guy. Right, we're all using the branch power here, and this is only taking 2 power for everything. Which is cute. And organization-wise, maybe this is okay position. As far as it being... Okay, so when that's powered... Because I want to match the color with it. So when the set is triggered, it's output, which is going to be, I think output is it on? Yeah, that's red. So it goes. Ooh. I just wanted the colors to match. That's why I kept looking back and forth. And then green, which is reset, which is the inverse. Is anybody confused yet? This comes from our battery source. Is that our OR switch? Interesting. Yeah, this is essentially what... Yeah, okay. This is essentially what we're looking for. This is going to be emergency power that comes out of this one. Hey, when the wires cross. And then that goes to... Just have it go to one turret. Or no, we have it do a split. Yeah! Well, we're about to see if we actually did it. We'll clean this up and make this a bit easier to read. Oh my goodness. I don't remember if I built this one or if I got this one from somewhere else. I can't remember. I really can't remember. Woo! Backup battery. Does your brain hurt? It says, I'm so confused. Okay, so now let's make sure we got gasoline in here. Alright, so if this works, this battery only has 100 rust watt minutes, which means with 3 turrets that are going to take 10 apiece, which is a 30 load, this is going to die quick. And if this works, what's going to happen is it's going to set the state of this battery down here, or to set the state of this memory module, and it's going to turn this on. It's going to trigger it. And then when that happens, it's going to take the power from this. This is going to turn on and then power all 3 turrets for X amount of time. So this is going to simulate a battery dying in the middle of the night, and then this picking it up. Ooh, like I said, once we if this works, we'll condense this down to make this easier to understand, and then we'll do a build that's super condensed. You know, it's when I don't already have the solution out there, it's a little different. But I mean, tell me this isn't going to be useful. Alright, let it run for a second. When is Power Switch coming out? Hopefully soon. It'll be on testing branch first and then main branch. Very exciting though. And again, you don't have to do any of this. This is a more complicated, more advanced way to have extended power for your turrets. And again, there'll be complete builds on this and stuff. Obviously, I haven't had this one shot or worked out ahead of time. We're doing it right now. But we'll have a way to kind of set these up so it'll be worked into like different builds and stuff. You guys have any questions, either about this or any other like Power Surge questions? By all means. What's up, Skis? I said Skiz. I'm looking forward to the update for Power Surge and be able to do my trap-based setup. What do you think about this one? Odin, did you see this earlier? Hey, we'll come back to this in a sec. I think we got a cleaner setup on this one, dude. So like this is, so the person that owns the base would be here, right? This is the trap, a shotgun trap to stop people from rushing. When the trap is triggered, this turns on, the door opens. And again, if they rush before the turret turns on, shotgun trap. This would be tucked away, but it's an HBF sensor. So let me turn on the whole circuit. This is the door that's open. So I'll come back here, I'll reset it, go back outside. So it would look like this. See how it's open? We stick like a box or something there, like a furnace. And so what happens is there's an HBF sensor up here, and this should close the door and open that. It says, will you be posting videos about Power Surge? Absolutely. We already have some already. I thought this one was pretty clean. We could clean up some of this back here to make it a bit more impenetrable and put like boxes or something here so people can't run into the blind spot, but this gives you the general idea of how this works. And tell me the colored wires don't make this so much more beautiful. The marching ants. I hope so, Skiz. I hope so. We get a sody pop. Well, a tactical cylinder. While you guys check this one out. Actually, we'll go back to the other one. Do you like this one though, Odin? Then you can turn off the whole circuit and all the doors go back to normal. We'll stand over here while I grab a tactical cylinder. Hopefully it lets this sink in. It helps me. I hope it helps you. A little better? You can see the marching ants? It's interesting that this row up here is like the logic piece. And this becomes, like, when one's on or off, this helps the... It's like a rocking switch, where, like, one's off, you can turn something else on. Which I know you can use a memory cell like that, but I've always been using a blocker for stuff like that, which makes it a bit more complex. I guess the right tool for the right job. And in this case, this makes a lot of sense. Well, that's if it works. I'll be right back. I'm grabbing a tactical cylinder. Hi! Oh, it says I do like that trap, Jade. I think it'll work for a lot of stuff, and I think we can condense it even further. Thanks for waiting. I took a leak, had some trail mix, got a tactical cylinder. Good questions so far. But Ah, jeez. Okay, thanks for waiting. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to turn on the circuit and see if this works. The idea here is, let's say this battery, let's say we had a full battery like this guy over here, right? Let's say we had 4 hours to run it, or 5 hours, or whatever it is. And, but you needed a backup. Like, let's say you stepped away and you signed off for longer than you thought, and you needed some coverage. So the idea here is that this, you didn't have to click the power for this. You just had to, whoops. You just had to get the low grade. So this is kind of a nice way to like add extra power, like these little generators. They're good like that. So what this is going to simulate is this battery running out, and if this circuit works correctly, fingers crossed, this should activate and give you more time on 3 turrets. 3 turrets is quite a heavy load. So here we go. It should be pulling from here, so we have 2.5 minutes. See how it's going down? There you go. We have 94 rust watt minutes, 93, 92. Now we have 2 minutes, 20 seconds. And it might go down a little bit further. Oh, that should be accurate. Pretty close to it, the 2-minute marker. And the way this should work, if my memory serves me correctly, from left to right, this one starts, then this one starts, then this one starts. So remember how branches work. It shaves off the power. So this is configured for 2. This one's configured for 2. So it takes the load that comes out of here, which is 49, and shaves off 2, and puts it to this, which sets this as turning it off. The red line goes here, and that is the force to stop. And the remainder power comes here, shaves off 2, goes to the green, and this resets it. Is that right? I don't know if this is going to work. Hang on a second. So that resets it. So if this was set, this changes it back to being powered. Man, this is what an odd way to use this. I don't know if this is going to work. I'm interested to see how this goes. Like in my head, it kind of worked slightly different, but this might be the inverse of it. So this does make it awfully confusing. So resetting it. So when this sets, this top piece is activated, and we have the power go off the top. But when it resets, this comes out this back side. So in our case, the left-hand side is the go, which is here, which is the inverted part. That's interesting. But for this whole thing to even work, it needs to be powered one time by this blue wire. So I was wondering, should have the blue cable been the first one? Because this powers the memory module. The memory cell, excuse me. I wonder if this is going to work. 17 seconds. Moment of truth. And if it does, I kind of have to dissect and see how it works. I don't know. Like I said, this could have been a brainstorm from last year that maybe didn't work, but it looks like it does. Is that enough to throw? Man, that was so fast. It did work. Look, so this is out of power completely, and this tripped this. And now these are still running. These never stopped. Man, I gotta really figure this out. So the green is the inverse, and that needed enough power for a second. And then that's what turned it on, right? That was the force start, and all you needed was one flick from that. It's interesting, but like, wouldn't... Oh, I guess because, okay, the first time this runs through, because it goes left to right, because the priority is on this one first, because when it died, oh wow, this is so backwards. Wow, I don't know if we'll use this for our first example. This is a bit rough. I think I know why this works, because when you follow the logic, it shouldn't. But the catch here is the power that runs the whole circuit is blue, and only after all the power has been shaved off does this activate. Which, in a weird way, because it's going to skip these two the first time, then it activates this, it keeps it off. But I wonder why, when the power goes out... because it's going left to right, it catches this last piece and turns it on. Wow, okay, I mean, that's condensed, but holy shit, that's a bit much. That is a bit much, especially if you're trying to learn this. We'll probably try to do it a different way. This works, super condensed. Very few pieces, but damn, damn, that's intense. So now this will run for, I don't know how long. I'm not sure what the time is on this. Yeah, we'll try to make this a bit more simple as far as understanding it, because this was a lot. Should we just make these black cables so it's a bit easier to understand? Yeah, that's intense. Because the power goes from left to right and as it fades out, that's how that works. Wow, that's something else. So, yeah, definitely didn't do that one. That must have been a pull from somewhere else. But what a good use of that circuit, but really advanced even for people that understand electronics. So, I don't know if we'll use that for our example next time. We'll have to cook up something a little different. I do like the idea of using the memory module, but in that fashion it makes it super crazy. I don't know if the dark lines help that or what. What's up? Tim says, that's what I've heard. I've never played PC Rust. All the content I've never really touches it. Says you need to do a little research. Yep. Well, and like Odin said, you came to the right place. Ooh, this one's advanced. This one is advanced. And then to get this... Because basically everything on this side of the circuit now, from this side over, like all of this is dead. So this has no bearing on this. So essentially what this is doing is this is shutting off. There's got to be, yeah, a good use of this, but as far as like setting this up, pretty intense. Pretty intense. What do you guys think? This is like a little, especially if you're getting started, a little rough? I think we could do it with blockers to make it a bit more understanding, and then if we do a more condensed build, we can, yep. That's interesting when I hit this. Runs the battery, or runs the... Be nice to have a way to like... Let's see if we can do this. I'm just kind of messing with this a little bit. A little bit. I guess you could just turn it off. You don't really need the switch now, do you? Says, can you make time delays? Good question, Sean. Yes, you can. Let's try to make a time delay because those have a lot of uses. And we'll try to, well, again, we'll workshop it so it might be a little rough like this one. But I think we can come up with something. Yeah, we'll pare this other one down here that we just did because that was a bit much. But you can see how like this whole side goes dead once this other side gets activated. And actually, yeah, we don't need to switch here. That's just gonna make it worse. Yeah, and even though the cables may cross, they don't interact with each other. They're separate, self-contained pipes. Conduits, pipes, channels. Here's something that we gotta play around with, because this was a little different, and I wonder if they updated this as well. I'm kind of interested to know. The timer switch. And that's how you'd use like a time delay. You still have like actuation happening either with a blocker or some sort of memory cell or some sort of trip, but then you can have things go through this. Now, let me remember again. I feel so rusty. It's only been like, I don't know, 8, 7 months or some shit. How are we doing? Good? Bad? Otherwise? I'm just going to test this real quick because I'm not sure if this has changed a little bit. I think it has. Not entirely sure. I know this switch is a little broken still. Our good old standard switch. These side handles, I can tell you this right now because I've tested this recently. This, you would hope, the switch on and the switch off, you would hope worked like this here, the 4 start and 4 stop, which are quick bursts. Turn it on and off. It's not. These kind of break the switch here, so without going into too much detail, just know that unless you have a very specific use case of this and you completely understand this, and these aren't toggle trips, these will break this switch, and in some cases you have to rewire. It's kind of like a fuse break, and it's not the way it's supposed to operate. So just know, basically what I'm saying is when you use a standard switch, stay away from these until you've tested these and you really understand these handles, switch off and switch on. It's not what you think it is, and it's hard to restore it as far as like sending another signal to it, if that makes any sense at all. Probably not, but it's definitely a gotcha pit for now. So I'd steer clear. All right, so there's an old school way we used to do this, but now that we have buttons for it, yeah, it's a little different, eh? I guess we can just do this again. A mystery power source. And then when it has power, you can set a trip time. One kind of gives you like a tick rate. And then usually when you have the feedback come back around, that's how you create like a tick timer, if I'm not mistaken. Was it? I can't remember how this works. Yeah, that's how you create a 1 second tick. Is that? It's a little, okay, so that's coming back to me. When this thing has power on the bottom, it'll you can set the timer, so this can be a 5 second, but it's constantly flipping at like 2, 2, 2, 2. So could you set a timer for a generator to come on when the power bank runs out? Yeah, that's another way to do it. This will tick every 5 seconds. Sends a burst, although not super useful. Although you could take you take this line here at the top and you would branch it off into something else, but you need enough power to always come back and hit this once you activate it. Interesting, right? Yeah, but your timing would have to be on. That's an interesting question. This technically will work for the other stuff. We could have this as... I wonder if you could do this better. Yeah, I don't want to... This works. But I don't know if I want to do this for like a starting example. I think I kind of want to pare it down to more simplistic the way I was thinking. Do you know what I mean? Alternating light circuit. Oh, this gives you a tick rate with one of these? Is that right? Oh, this is a, is that a T flip-flop? No. Say like burst, then turn on? I can't remember. This is the one we just did. This is the Failover Switch. Kind of the same thing we just did. Yeah, this is exactly what we just did. The Failover Switch. Basic battery. What is this one? Basic auto turbo with battery backup. Oh. That's interesting. Let me see what else we got here. Battery loopback component test. Oh man, we're in the Matrix. This is, oh my goodness, this like replicates the same thing we just did, but like super crazy. This gives you like 4 generators on top of the power. Jeez. What's the other one? Continuous 12-hour battery circuit. Ooh, this is close. Yeah. Okay. But where's our input for this? Okay, splits. Okay, so after this, you can put it into logic. I hope. We could try this. That's hot. That's quite a bit. We shall need more room. Just make another story. What do you say? It's gonna make it too dark in here. Can we still see our examples? This is what I was thinking more along the lines of with a break or a blocker, excuse me. So I guess it's between the power source and here, but after these you can stick logic now, after a combiner. Which, from the era I came from, you could only stick it into a battery. But that's cool that we can do this now. Oh, so it splits it evenly. Oh, that's dope. That's a good use of a splitter. Brings back some memories. He says Rust Science. Oh yeah, dude, in the lab. We're in deep. But these are like super useful because like even when you got a small group, dude, having like once you've got that turret BP and you're playing on like a monthly or something, this is like real stuff. Yeah, normally I'd be a lot snappier on this, but again, since I've been out of the game for a hot minute for power surge stuff. Okay, what I think we can end up doing here. There we go. Bam. We can put the beef of it down here. So we can use this bottom row, and then we can kind of condense it out and make it a bit more usable. Because we'll lay it out for understanding, then we'll make a condensed version. How's that sound? Yeah! Alright, we need a way to put up 3 clusters of turrets in a more effective manner. Ah. This is pretty hot though. And this is a nice way to kind of trickle power all these bad boys at the same time. So you have one big master power come in and then you trickle charge all of it. Because if you put them in a, this is parallel as opposed to a series like one after another, you lose efficiency, like a lot of efficiency the further you go down. So like the more so if we have a power source, just to show you the idea here, that comes in here, and you just kind of trickle charge them all. There's the end, the out goes here. You're like, oh, this will charge it, right? Yes, but a massively inefficient, even when you double up to 2, because if you read the stuff in the battery, it says, a large rechargeable battery must have a minimum charge of 5 seconds to discharge, can be wired in a series. Charging rate is dependent on power in, with a maximum of 80% efficiency. So you lose 20% with each of these. And watch, so this is putting in 100. Right, here's 100. It's going up slowly. 195. Oh yeah, that's right. That's okay. That's another downside of this. What happens is this goes from here, and this is depleting. It goes over here, throws it here, and we lost 20%. Then it goes here, loses 20%, and charges this one first. So you've got a loss of what? 40, 60% just to charge this one. Then it goes to 40%. Is that right? It's either 40, 20, or is it 60? No, 40, 20. Yeah, that's right, because it starts to deplete after this. So this doesn't charge nearly as fast. So you want this to be as close to the power source as possible. As you have these trickles, it's not good. So we'll even show you what we're talking about. And I'm so glad we can do this now. Holy shit. This is, like I said, back when we did this shit, you couldn't use, there were rules against using a combiner in such a way. It was to stop some glitches and some exploits, but I'm glad that they worked it out so we can actually use this in a more realistic way. Okay, so what we were seeing in that diagram, this is what we're going to utilize here. Instead of going in a series, so this just goes in a line, what's going to happen with this, this might just be easier to do this. It's driving me nuts! Really? And this will make sense in a minute. I like examples. Does that help for you guys? Because I'm always like, I gotta see them play and then I'm like, eh, okay. So like for this one, so fast. For this one, we're gonna have, where's our splitter? Is our splitter in here? What a good use for the splitter now. Man, this is going to be like my new favorite thing. I'm so glad we can fucking do this. Alright, so the first one's going to be blue. And that's the power in for blue. Then we're going to have, I don't know, green. Come on. Dude, my speed on this is insanely fast. Jeez! Oh, this is so dope that we can stick logic out here now. And then this will be, I don't know, yellow or some shit. So we're going to take a signal of 100 power units from this. And we're going to split it 3 times evenly. And they're going to charge all at the same time instead of in a series. That's the difference. This is parallel. And this is in a series. This goes from 1, 2, 3, 4. This goes from our power source to the splitter, which, yes, uses some power. Come on, fit in there, you piece of shit. And then the red will be the input for this. It's only 100. So if you can see right here, it's splitting it for 33 for each. So each of these are getting charged at 33 per, but look, 203, 203, 203. And now look, we started this one last. Look how slow this is charging. See how these deplete first? None of these are being depleted, and they're all just getting gains. Now the downside to hitting a splitter is you're losing 1 unit of power as it comes into this, but that's okay. Oh, that's so dope. So the problem was before, since we have 3 outputs here, the problem was before is you couldn't put, and hopefully it still fucking works, you couldn't stick a bunch of these in between. I messed it up. But I think you can now. Kind of want to show the fact that all of this is gonna. Look at this. They're all at 227. This one's at 100. This one's at 109, and this one's at 500, almost 600. Watch, and this started first, so you can already see we're almost at 600 for this. This started much later, and they're all getting a continuous charge. Because that's really what you want to do. And here's the other thing. It's what is this? Our output is 100 on this. The thing is, it's always 4 times its output is how much you can stick in to charge it. Anything above that is a waste. So having a bunch of these batteries get trickle charge is the shit. Now, and here's where a branch could come in, right? Hopefully the branch works. You can shave off to a particular battery how much you want and control it through the branch. This splits it evenly, remember? But let's say you need this battery to charge first because you're going to take it off the grid. Oh, that's so freaking hot that they allow this now. Well, first let's find out. Let's show the fact that we started this later. This is definitely charging at a 256. Yeah, we've already killed this one. This is at almost 700. 84. Do you see how slow that's going? You're losing 20% at each. Anyways, that's the point. So let's go ahead and see if this still works the way I think it does. So this simulates like any power source. And this is where the weirdness comes in. It's because of this shit. I wonder if I could get... Does this work? Hang on a second. Can I do this? Ooh, that's fancy. Now it's taking 300, so each of these should get, well, 99 because this one took one off, right? So now look how fast these are charging. That's hot. Oh man, that's so dope. Look at them go up. Yes. Beautiful. Yeah, before you couldn't put logic after these or in between. Now, I know from these power sources, I guess there's 1 or 2 circuits you can use or components between these two, but oh man, that's a huge deal. Boing. Power switch. Massive battery backup. Dude, this changes so much. I didn't know we could fucking put this after and then charge stuff. Because before, when it came out of here, you could not split. That's so hot. Well, because this is more sophisticated. This must be semi-recent. I hope this is in our version, because if it's not, this will be kind of null and void. So maybe we should go back to the more primitive way to do it. Maybe. Well, we should still do this one because it's freaking hot. It's freaking hot, dog. Yeah, you can see like using Builder's Paradise for this stuff now, just to like work out a solution. Then you're like, that's good. Take a little screenshot, and then you're on your way. I love science. It's the best. Dude, that is so legit. We could not do that before. Well, this probably got fixed like earlier on in the year, and again, since we're remaining on Rust so much, or on console edition, I missed it. I missed that update, dog. It's so dope. Oh my goodness. I hope that's immediately for us, because, oh, that's legit. I don't know how I missed that update, because I'm usually on top of all the updates for both sides. Might have been one they snuck in. It's probably the quality of life one. Well, yeah, the reason why they clamped that down about 2 years ago is there was like an infinite electricity glitch, so they had to really be careful about how they did their loopbacks. Like, I know why they clamped it, but it's nice that they worked in logic where it's still clamped, but you can still use some of those circuits in between. Woo! Okay, we're going back to this beautiful boy. So the output is, it has this set for 108, 106, and 97. Why do those set at those? Oh, I know. We could do something real fancy with this. We can have the outputs be turrets on the outside here, maybe? Bear with me. I'm trying to figure out how to organize all this. Man, I love science. That's a cool split. So this idea is cool. I would like to keep these in a chunk, in a pair like this. This would be good for understanding. I wonder if we could just make a giant row. Kind of the way they have it set out. This might help. It's going to be awfully big, but why not? How we do this? Are these on this row here? Sure. I love science. You know how bad I want to put stairs in now? Badly. And then, yes, you can even make, like, as you start to get more sophisticated and more comfortable, because obviously some people will be into this. Some people will be more like, hey, you know, this comes to me naturally kind of thing. So you'll have, like, electrician people in your setup, and then when you're really rich, you can make, like, shooting galleries and stuff on an actual server. It says that device that tells you if someone took out something is your chest. It says, does it work on furnaces? Oh, good question. Good. You talk about storage monitor? No, it doesn't work with the furnaces. That's a storage monitor, correct? Yeah, but you can already see with the storage monitor how you can really use that. Now, storage monitor, I consider it more advanced electronics for us. If we do get Rust Plus, it's most likely going to be paired with that. Rust Plus being the smart alarm and the smart switch, which is this guy. And then what you're talking about is the storage monitor, which is this guy. They only go on tool cupboards, large boxes, and vending machines as of right now. Do we have one on our tool cupboard? I think we do. Yep, it's right here. Beep boop. You know what we should do is we should do a dummy setup to kind of show, like, if you do have a bunch of wind turbines, you can combine a bunch of different types of power, like how that's gonna. So this will be like two birds, one cup, two birds, one stone. You nasty. And you know, for larger groups or even super Chad solos, it's gonna be useful. You might want to pare this down if you're a solo, but you get the idea. You get it. Mixed power is usually the way to go, but I'm a big fan of solar to start. And then in our little test area, we put another little skanky one up here somewhere. It says, are we more likely to get Rust Plus with Power Surge or community servers? I think if it's ready, it will come with Power Surge. If Rust Plus isn't ready, we'll just get the standard stuff, which is basically all the components, except, you know, a couple of those specialty ones. We're definitely going to get Power Surge first, if that's what you're asking, Sean. We're going to get community servers and Power Surge, so we're getting them both, but as far as sequentially, like when it's going to happen, it's going to be Power Surge and then community servers. Unless they surprise us and they're all coupled together, which I don't think is likely this time around, but who freaking knows, right? Build it already. Okay, so if we're going to separate it, she has 3 windmills here. Yeah, I guess we could. Because I do want to keep it like... This is part of the unit here that splits it, and then this is the logic that goes on top. So we could kind of separate it that way. I just want to keep a bank of these off the side, so... It's definitely going to be a lot more realistic for larger groups. I don't know if we'll need... We just need 3 of these clustered up. Obviously, this is not how you deploy the turrets, but we just need like a power drain for this many turrets. You know, let's say you had like a point defense around your base and you wanted a cluster of these bad boys. Yeah, the trick is breaking this up so it makes a lot of sense. This is a good layout, though. I'm not gonna lie. This one's real hot. You're hot. What? Shut up. So are we getting other servers? I mean, we will get community servers, for sure. I wonder if we can use the low walls and hang splits on these. Kind of. Oh, no, you can. Because that's all we really need for that side. Sure. Sure. Or better yet, you know what? This way we don't have like a long corridor. I've got an idea. We should be able to just put it up on the edge, right? Right. And then since this comes from a main grid, as far as the organization is concerned, probably pick 3 colors. We'll pick the cool colors. That sounds pretty good to me. So this would be the blue branch. So let's do something like this maybe. Man, the colors really do help a lot. My goodness. I love it. Then the next one would be green. We'll start with the inside. Man, I'm such a freak about this. What a freak. What a sports nut, huh? Just to show you, like, what cluster's taking what load. So you'd be like, oh, that's the green branch. That's the whatever branch. I really do hope we get discolored wire units, because this is the shit. And the last one will be yellow. And again, these turrets can be anywhere across your base. You'll have some on the rooftop, especially if there's, you know, helicopters. Minis are so dope. Oh my goodness. I'm with Odin though. I think I want minis more than anything. They're so good. I think we'll get them. They haven't officially said, but I think we'll get them. I don't see why we wouldn't. Now, when is the question? Alright, so there you go. It kind of shows you, like, you've got the blue cluster, green cluster, yellow cluster. And that's a significant amount of turrets. That's 9. It says, what's your guessing price for the community service? I don't know. That's a good question, too. But what I think, it looks like there's 2 price points. There's, like, a standard and a premium. So that's kind of nice. So it should help with, like, the cost. If you don't need all the bells and whistles, so you can get like a softer or lower price point. What's up, Mr. Russo? Jade says, hey, BB, them wires looking sexy, but, dude, we're trying to take, I can't believe the other day I was like, was it PLC, Program Logic Circuit? Yeah, that's what it was. I was like, PRC, that's different. I can't believe I was like, what? So, you were around for this a long time ago. We can stick logic in between or after. I just spit on my screen, damn it. Hang on. What a scrub. Yeah. Ooh. Get out of there. Okay. What was I saying? Okay, so remember back in the day, we couldn't stick logic in between a power source and a branch? Or after a branch? I'm sorry, this isn't a branch. Root combiner. It had to like go to a battery. Well, now we can stick logic after it. So that means we can run these in a parallel. We don't need all that complex circuitry. So like instead of in a series and losing 20% efficiency, boom, 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 we can easily use a splitter to dump this all evenly on the top. You already know, dude. Hot to the max. Look at this. We've already got 1,500 on all 3 of these. From 300 units of power. And we have colored wiring, so tell me you're not chubbed out of your mind. PLC. Yeah. What's up, Jennifer Melton? So what we're doing here is we're going to recreate this and make it a bit more efficient. Well, at least hopefully easier to understand. But man, dude, that blows my mind that we can do that now. Right? Boing. Super hot. So this one's going to be the main to split incoming power. Because remember, you want your batteries to be protected. So maybe we'll try to create, I don't know if you can fit 3 in a unit. Maybe you want all 3 of these in like their own separate whatevers. I don't know how much we can get into a room to get. I don't think I've ever tried more than like 2. You could technically do this. It's a little intense, but as long as you have access to the handles, I don't see why you couldn't. Maybe we'll have an example down here that does that. So you've got like a battery room. We'll maybe move this little idea over here. Maybe we'll just do it on top of this. How about that? There you go. That way we can use two examples to kind of show you. We'll have one that's open that shows you, and then one that's condensed. I like it. That's not bad. You kind of put it in like a triangle configuration-ish. Can you fit three? No, you can't. That's not possible, right? But there you have access to it. So if you wanted a room that was more airtight, you can do it. Here. We'll really go all out with that, right? Oh yeah, now we're talking. Oh, this makes me want to do electricity so bad in the game. And then like once you get it wired up, it'll be so dope. Okay, we'll do it like this for now. Armor door, people get the idea. I'm all trying to play like for real. Boing. Boing. He says, well, the wires are bit off. I'm finding myself to get in there and fix it. You son of a bitch. There we go. We'll use that for the other example. We'll get rid of these. And we'll have a simulated power input. So these can fluctuate between, if we put two of these down, this will help with the simulation. So if we start with this, we do the main split like we did downstairs. The output bank could be off to the right. We'll have an input side, and then we'll shuffle it off because of logic. And we'll do it in a row. I think we could fit 2 rows of that shit. Right? Okay, so the main piece come in. Yeah, maybe we'll just keep the color for each one of these little guys. That sounds pretty cool. And that way you can kind of follow it all the way through since it's a little broken up, but not really. We don't really need... Yeah, we could just cluster them, I think. Yeah, we can always redo it. It's not like this costs us actual resources in game. It was anywhere. And then we'll have it just run in front, maybe. So what we start with, it goes cool to warmer. Right? That's so dope that we can use these in between. Oh my goodness. And maybe it's been a while since you could do this, but dude, it's new to me. There we go. And then we can have the logic break off for those. Would you protect your battery like you would your TC, Odin? Yes. Oh, he says you would protect your battery like your TC, 100%. Ooh. So you got a blocker, an ore, and a branch. Blocker, ore, and a branch. Is it an ore or Xor? It's an Xor. See if we can rearrange this a little bit later. Okay, so we need 3 rows of this. So we're going to start with blue on the top. Do we need a lot of tail on the bottom? No, we can do tight connections. Yeah, that's like a clean-ass row. Or is it? Comes out there. And then... I guess it really doesn't matter which one comes to which, because it doesn't really do that, does it? Ah, shit. That's all right. So we got blocker. And then... we've got a couple pieces of logic just before that. So you know what? We probably got to slide this all over. My bad. We've got the inputs here. Is it 650? Bring me back down. 650 is not bad, right? I thumbed it. I'll live the dream one nightmare at a time, sir. Oh. It's fucked up. I guess we have the logic on this side. A. Because really before the split happens, you've got our branch boy. And then maybe our 3 inputs. A. As they step up. Step up, up. Is this 106 because it goes through more logic? 108, 106. Oh, I see. Look at you, you little bitch. I wonder if that works, because there was a glitch with the battery too, where if you had them all like connected together, this might actually break that. Alright, so the remainder of this one goes off to... because 106, 108, 106, 97. That seems off. Interesting. So really it's going to be branch, locker, branch, and then as this one comes off of this one, we go blocker, and then the last one is same thing. I'm all confused. So basically, if I know electricity IRL, I should be good in the game with the expectation of what components are used for in the application of said components. Yes and no. This tries to simulate electricity as best as possible. Obviously, real electricity is a lot more complex as far as like, you know what I mean? Like this simulates it the best it can, I guess is what I'm saying. But if you got the basic tenets of electricity, I think you'll be able to figure this out, yeah. I'm always pattern based. That's how I do it. Maybe we should just do a continuous line, and then we'll condense it. This might make more sense for us anyways. Right, 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 right. I don't want to cross the lines though. But 108 gets shaved off here for some reason. I don't know why. It seems a bit high. I think that we go down in increments of 2. Oh, maybe not. 106? Is that 106 or 108? That's 2. Dumps it over here. Where's the spill off go? Oh, the shave off is just for this. Oh, there's always 75. I think I've done this in like the opposite direction. It's kind of like the last one. I gotta tell you, this one's mad confusing, dog. Alright, well, we'll just do, this one's supposed to be a 106. I don't know why these are set like that. 106. This is like the remainder, but it should be the opposite. You shouldn't have such a high voltage going over. You should have, unless it's working backwards. It seems so high. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to fix the shit. This one says 106. We got it set to 106. This one goes into... It's the leftover, goes into this guy. Right? Bum, bum, bum. And then we have... green go into this. We'll just, yeah, we'll shuffle like this. Green goes into the bottom of this. Oh boy. Yeah, I feel like it needs to be switched just a little bit because... Oh man, damn it. I feel like, because there was another circuit that was kind of like this that I saw somebody do, and I was like, nah, it makes more sense because the problem is when the power fluctuates with wind, and it will, the charge in this is going to get goofy fast. So I play Rust console, there's like, yeah! It says, do it, you dirty... It says, so basically... You dirty bee, it says, I love it. Yeah. Do you see what I mean? Because I always put... Because this is always priority. Whatever's left is the priority. So you want it to keep getting passed onward. Oh, I kind of see, but... Then whatever's left comes off of this? Yeah, okay. You kind of look at this and go backwards. So maybe we end up organizing it backwards. I don't know. And then the output of this comes from the battery. Okay. Goes into the blocker. It's a hotline bling. And then that, what is this? The 106 goes into that, and then this. Ooh. Alright, so the colors no longer match the output. We need to break this into logic, though. Jeez, this one's getting a bit rough. Is that right? Okay, over, and then we've got the next set, which is 97. So we're like replicating this. We cut this off because this kind of goes with the circuit here. I do like how this is organized. So like it'd be these three together. So it's going to be this replicate over. I have done something similar to this, but again, I feel like these are flip-flopped. I feel like these should be... I guess I'll wait until it's actually put together. Just shut up, Jade, and put it together. Fine. I'll do it. Getting there slowly. Everybody's like, this is confusing. Yeah, see that? Okay, is it like super blown out? I can bring it down if you want. Okay, so the output of this goes into the next set, which this is 97. I don't understand the step down on this. And then the next one is just 2. Which is now going... I don't fucking know. Alright. And when they jump between different segments, I'm going to try to make this into modules. It's going to go black wire. I might make it like a weird ass. How about that? Okay, so this one is over to our next piece of logic, which is green in our little diagram. I do like that it's organized like this so we don't have any crossing wires. It gives me a boner. Nice. And that one goes into the blocker. Oh, it's, yeah, see what I mean? It's doing exact calculations. I don't know how I feel about that, dog. I do not know how I feel about that. And this comes from the other battery source, right? Right. So these, the output of all these, since they're going to be mixed, is going to be red again. And that's fine. Right? Right, bitch? Let's do it from here. Spending all this time on wiring, and I'll probably have to redo it. Don't judge me. Yeah, the inverse stuff's a little confusing, eh? A? And this last piece goes over here. And then the 2 power units goes directly into, and the remainder goes, so the load. Oh man, do we just keep it the same color? I don't fucking know. So the load would be this. Kind of change. Should we follow the same pattern? I don't know. That goes to the left. And this one on the output still is yellow. Okay, this one, as they start to go out, this one shuts off, this one shuts off, this one shuts off. But it takes this output of 100 and splits it. I have a sneaking suspicion there might be a few gotchas in this one, and we might have to make an adjustment. Call it a hunch. Alright, so all these snake over, and then it hits the main Xor, and then it hits this little guy. Which is the main split, which is this guy here. Which should be the red wire, in theory. We don't have any input yet, do we? No, we do not. Oh wait, this one needs to go over here, right? Right. Alright, so main power load gets mixed around a bit and then gets thrown to this special guy. Oopsie. Basically, all the logic happens, and then this is the main power. Once all that logic's done, to all the different batteries. You know, let's keep it red, because that is really hard to see on a dark surface. Don't want it to get confused with the other side. All right, so this one, that's 108. Oh, I see what's going on. It's taking all of these and dumping. I get it. Now I get why it's 108. I get it. So, I don't know if those are 75. Whatever. You have 300 consistent units of power coming in, sir. And then we have 108 getting shaved off and then thrown into the battery. And then 108 gets thrown over to the top. So we're actually slowly using the... I get it now. We're slowly using... But that's only if you have enough power to do that, right? That throws the rest off to the batteries. Be interesting to cut some of these off. Alright, so this little guy here is the 106 craziness. It goes into a battery. Wait, does it? No. The remainder goes to this. Main load goes to the bottom of that. Is that right? What was the cutoff version for the top? Was it green? I think it was green. Let's make it green. No, it was black. It was black. Dude, I am so confused. Okay, so black is the piece that goes out the top. I got this, kind of. And now this, which should be the red line, helps charge the batteries. Holy shit. It's a little rough, dog. It says, Jennifer says hello. Hello? I think there's no power for either one of these. Oh no, it's going down. Slowly. Here we go. We got... I was wondering why these weren't draining. Helps if you plug them in. Alright, so we don't have much play on that. Oh yeah, they're almost dead. So that's how that works. Yeah, yeah. So they go single and then they step down. So when this one burns, that's a lot of load on one, but you definitely would need. Oh, you'd have to be. You're at that max then, dog. Ooh, baby, look at that. We have 1 minute left. Can I stick a switch in between these? That would be so sick if I could. I wonder. "30 seconds, and then this one will go to whatever. Then what we can do, you know what? Let's stick a switch on this. So we'll see how long it takes to charge it up. This is your power switch for the turrets. And what would be even better is if you could put a switch here, and then you could put one for each cluster, so you can really control the power. If you want. You don't have to. There we go. Now they're dying. Alright, now that was a switch over. That was from this battery. Now this one's depleting. We have about 2 minutes. Jennifer says F, no one's here. Jennifer, you might want to turn up your volume, Chief. Dude, 9 turrets. You really can put too much more logic in between that, to be honest, after this. I wonder if these will actually run a bit better. So what we're going to do is to see, after this dies, if we turn this on, if we have 300 units, how that's going to work, and then we'll try cutting some off to see if it still charges. How much is this left? 47. Let me hit this and see how much is still depleting. Yeah, it's a 2 bleed. Okay, I get why it's doing this, because we only have 10 overhead, because when you have 9 turrets, that's pretty much all you have. You'd have to make another grid like this completely for another 9, or anything above 9. You'd have to break them off into 9. Ooh, baby, let's get more complex. Probably don't have to run things on the floor anymore because we have colored wires. Okay, now they died. Okay, it has nothing. Now, if we put, I think this works. Holy crap, it does. Dang, dude, that's so crazy. So now we've taken 300 units of power, thrown out 100 here, and then, so we've got 2 here. We'll go to the blocker, turn off another 100, 106. 106 gets thrown here. That gets thrown off to 8. That's how much is left over. 97 gets thrown off here. So that's down to 96. And then this is 2, the remainder, which should be somewhere around 90. Okay, that's why. So now these turrets should be on. Four. Oh. Because I put a switch there. Oh, wow. Okay, that is... Okay, I get it now. If we're going to put a switch there, we're going to have to be real. This is like continuous run. We're going to have to modify that a bit. Because you're going to want more granular control, for sure. Wow, okay, so yeah, this ensures that you have... Okay, so the 94 is 1, 2, 3, and 4, because remember, these splitters take 1 of each. Wow, that is something. Jennifer says hello. Yes, hello? I'm answering you. I don't know. You're not really saying anything other than hello there, Jennifer, so I don't know what you want for a response. I'm confused, Jennifer. What's going on? So, okay, let's try this. If we don't have enough to run the turrets, let's say we cut one of these off. Oh, we still have 100 something. Then it runs off these. Okay. We're getting an even split, which is so hot. Oh man, that's so dope. Even when our input is 200. So it's taking whatever's left over. So now we're at 29 apiece. Okay, Jennifer. Now you're just spamming the same thing. So, please don't spam the chat. I guess I don't know. Yes, it says I play Rust Console Edition. Yep, you typed that at 3:30, 20 minutes ago. I don't know what you want, Jennifer. I don't know what's going on. I'm starting to think you're a troll. So now we have 63. So let's say we just have 100. We don't have anything going in, but it is running the turrets. So this is always turrets on and battery backup. Interesting. So yeah, you'd have to have turbines for this one. Like legit. Ooh. Isn't there a website for this? Yeah, it's called Rustrition. It's a good place. Eh? This is an interesting one. HBF circuit. Sequenced. Hot. And then Gamer says thank you. No problem. So we could condense this considerably, A, and if you had one row above, this is what I was thinking before. I kind of like them being condensed like that. And then you could maybe bring the stack. Yeah, you could. You could bring them down pretty nicely, actually. Let's see if we can. Yeah, because if you space out, if you're trying to explain, I think this probably makes a lot more sense. Oh, we gotta go up just a little bit more. Boo! Start as low as we can go then. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, we don't have any restriction on the height. I'm a big fan of sticking components out first and then kind of wiring up, because then it kind of helps you in like stages. We'll just see if this works as far as like one piece, because you really kind of need it all condensed up. You know what I'm saying, dude? And the last piece is the one that throws it out. So this one for Blaka. You know, let's bring this down just a little bit. Ooh. And then this one we threw the blocker signal from here. So I crossed over. And that was set at 2. Makes more sense now. Is this 106? Yeah, this was a tight circuit. This is exactly how much you have to run 9 turrets. Makes so much more sense now. Ooh. Screen. Let it go over and out. And then what you could do, when you have the power out like this, you kind of just throw it out to the next piece. You can either... Ooh. Or if you want to, like, since you already understand it, you could do something like this, where you just have like a channel that comes up and around, dumps it in. Alright, actually this would get thrown down to the other one. That's a little more confusing. It says, what's the update for TB? TB? TB. Tech branch? What? TB. It's already happened? What? Oh. Yeah! Ooh, is this console? No, we're getting ready for... You'd have to have a pretty consistent push for this. Now when this one's good, you bring it out, bring her down. Let's see if we got a good fit for this. Yeah! It says tested it. Oh, testing branch. Oh, no, not yet. I was like, what? Took me a second to understand what was going on. No, 697. So in theory, man, this is so much more difficult when we had non-colored wires. Ta-da! There you go. That's the one tile now. Woo! With a little bit of room. This one took up 2. Oh, whoops. You know what we need to do? We need to put the leads back in. Oopsie! That's because the power is good for now. You have to have a consistent input for this, boy. Boyo. like this configuration a bit better. Don't you think? You know when this is coming out? It's got to be relatively soon, but it's going to be testing branch first, then main branch. I'm hoping it's sooner than later. Know what I mean? Oh, that's so much better. Don't you think? Oh, it's so much better. El flacero. How much charge do we have in these bad boys? Now, if we cut the power, 7 minutes, so we've got not a lot of runtime. But if somebody takes out the top, we've got 7 minutes apiece, 7.5, to run all 9 turrets. All 9. Yeah, so what's happening here, they aren't pulling at the same time because it's inefficient. This is pulling in a series, it's charging in parallel, but it's actually depleting in a series. Well, it's not a series, it's 1 by 1. That's it. That's inaccurate. Booyah. How do you know this is coming out? How do I know? Oh, I know. Oh, I know. It's all flowing. So you could technically have your battery box in a room like this. You might be able to squeeze it on the interior wall, but that's gonna be a bit rough. I wonder if you can put, hang on a second, now I'm wondering. If you were to make a tight room like this, could you, whoopsie doodles, could you, can you still walk in on this side? Oh yeah. Yeah, you can. Can you reach these? Yeah, you can. That's not too bad. You could put some logic on the wall. It would be ideal. I think we could. I don't think you can fit logic circuits on the floor, though. I'm pretty sure you can't. Yeah, you can stick these guys on the floor. So yeah, I guess you could technically flatten it out. That'd be definitely a challenge, but it'd be fun. Come in. Be kind of dope. It skips all of that. Alright, so it's running out of battery power right now. kind of want to get this to 1,000. One of them, at least. It's going up, Shrory. Shrory. Yeah. Yeah, but see, the problem is you can't stick it into logic lower than this. Well, you could technically fit. Can't really rotate it though, can you? No, you cannot. You could technically do this. Can we get each row in there? Maybe. Or maybe you do it like... See, once you've done it a couple times, you kind of know how to condense it, because your brain kind of packs it in. It would be a tight fit. You could fit all the logic on the wall, though. And then you could, if you could tightly pack these little bitches in. You want a little bit of room. Yeah, I guess you could in theory, huh? Ooh, that would be rough. You could do it. But hey, if this is your protected room, then it makes sense. Here we go. 99. Yeah. That's interesting how it pulled just enough off of some of that. Interesting. Yeah, organizing this would be a hot mess. Although you could just take all the red. Yeah, if you had the colors, you could technically like bring... like all the reds into the bottom of these. You know, keep them real tight. Just trying to see what it might look like. Yeah, it's not for understanding. Now, is it? The difficult part would be looping everything out to these little guys. Right, right. Huh. 106, dog. So last one would be yellow. That's not terrible. We kind of got a good thing going here. Oh, dude, that's wild, huh? And then this one would be, it's always yellow. It's not too bad. I mean, it's crazy and chaotic, but it's doable. Definitely not good for understanding the circuit. You're trying to get it all compact. But once you understand it, you try to really squeeze it in. Oof. Ooh, that's going to be a little tight. I might have to bring this up just a little higher. I wonder if we can do this with a lid. Oh, those aren't ores. Those are freaking... That's an ore, not an Xor. Son of a bitch. Well, we kind of improved on it a little bit, right? Because you could kind of slide this little guy up. Giving you just a little bit more room of what's going on, and then this becomes the output. Ooh. Oh, wait. So yeah, the first one comes in. That becomes the output for the next row. Yeah, okay, so having it staggered is not bad either. Because that goes into the second row, which is this guy. And then when this one gets completed, it dumps. Yeah, this guy. Right, right. Says you can fit it on one room, but it'd be tight. Nope, I already got that one earlier. Is this wild? Is this like too much? Most people are probably like, what the fuck is this? Okay, so the output of this one. Man, these colors make it so much better. Output. A little bub. Yellow ice goes on the outside. That's the green. Goes on the inside. Let's see, look on the outside. Haha. We got it in there, kind of. And the power comes in on that side. Oh, we'd need a splitter in here, wouldn't we? Oh, can we fit one? I should have figured this out earlier. Oh, we might be able to. Baby. I want to see if we can fit this whole skanky circuit into one piece. Oh, yeah. And we could, technically, wherever the power input comes from, right? We could just tack it on the ceiling. What a dick. Jam it all into one cupboard. Oh, is it upside down? What the fuck? Give you just a little, yeah, that's big, yes. No. How do these fucking go? Can we, they don't rotate? Dude, we can fit the whole damn thing in here. It's super close. I mean, you could get it tighter. This is 108. And then goes to the splitter. Whew, baby. Oh, that's a wild. And then we can bring it up around the side of the wall. Yeah, I love this shit. Says, question, does the medium battery, when it arcs, still show through the wall at night? Says, if yes, then that would mean you'd have to hide it more in the middle of the base, or it'd be a dead giveaway where it was. Yes. It probably does for us, because the occlusion for shadows is different or non-existent for us. Well. Okay, so power comes from up here. We do it like that? No, we just did standard lines. So this would represent like many different sources of power that you could have like compacted, but that way this top room, you know, you don't necessarily need to see that, but this is the input. Look at this closet. Look how crazy that closet looks. I love it. Are these depleting? Slowly. Does blue go first? Oh, kind of. Oh, because this one's been powering this whole setup the whole time, huh? Is that right? I feel like... Is this even charging correctly? I don't know if we can... Hang on, let me just see if I can power the other... See if I even got this right. Maybe I didn't. Tester under a full load, sir. It is working. Is this one depleting though? We have... This would be hard to troubleshoot too if you screwed something up. Man, yeah, this would be easy if you knew the pattern and then you could match the colors up with the handles. But, which it may not be a thing, I don't know. I don't think this is working correctly, because to be fair... Oh, it's not. It's not. That's why. This other piece needs to come out here. I knew something was leaking. Again, hard to troubleshoot. There we go. This should stop depleting now. There we go. See how we don't have a bleed? Because we have enough that comes in, and then the leftover charges. Yeah, hard to troubleshoot if you don't have that set up, but it works. It fucking works, dog. Hot to the max. What's up, Luke? What's up, dude? I love electricity. Do it. You see how many times I reference the thing, though? A lot. This one's not bad. Again, only if you fully understand what's going on and know how to match it all up. But this does fit in one room. And you can have these go through your base and do whatever. And when you have a closet, it makes it so much easier. Let's see if we can put a door in there with some ease. Maybe, maybe not. That's so much harder to see. Hey, but it works. Ultimate freaking... Ooh. So all 9 turrets get powered from this closet with enough logic. When it runs out of power during the day, it's going to run off these batteries, which is cool. So let's do... Here's a realistic sample we could do. Let's get a bunch of these guys going. A. Let's see how many solar panels it would take to run this. $40. That would give you 80. You would need a little bit over 100, so you would really need another 4, right? In theory. Right. This, for 9 turrets, that's a lot of solar panels, homie. What? I mean, it would work. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12. Let's see if this would satisfy the power need. For argument's sake, we'll just throw these in here. Huh? Yeah, it's a lot. You'd have to have a lot of solar panels, that's for sure. But let's be honest, if you have 9 turrets, you can already see the cost of some of this shit. It's expensive. And it's meant to be. So we all can get a realistic idea of what the footprint of something like this is. Because it wasn't unrealistic before to do 9 turrets, right? If you had that, if you were in that position to do so. It wasn't that crazy. We've done 9. It's not that crazy. Alright, so we got this one, and then we just need these little dudes. And obviously these would be tucked away inside and all that good stuff. Okay, let's try to just funnel it the way it would make the most sense. Okay, those are combined. We can combine these now, maybe? Alright, so we grabbed these two. These two, so we need to grab these 2 back ones here. Probably this one. That'll do it. And remember, this is reliable during the day, but not reliable at nighttime. I get what's the word? Predictable. That's it. So now we can take. I think you just need another 3. So 2 then. So it'd be this one. It's quite a power input. How much do we have on that? 120. Damn. And then we have. I don't know where the other one is. There we go. Right? Did I get that math right? So during a good sunny day with 12 of these, 240. So realistically, is your input block. So we're still charging these, I believe. So what's the split? Is that right? $43 into each. So yeah, they're still running. So remember, it goes from yellow, green, and then blue. What's up, Kimmy? What's that? What are you doing? We definitely got it into a closet. This is the footprint you would need for that many turrets. Damn. How much are these a piece? You know, let's throw it on the grid. Mr. Odin, sir. Yeah, you're looking at a decent sized top, but although if you got 9 turrets, you've got a decent sized base anyway. So your footprint on top's gonna translate for sure. For sure, it's gonna translate. Whew. Okay, sorry. Scoobity poop. So if we have, I don't know if it's, we're gonna set the real time in game. Says I was making chicken mushroom creamy garlic parmesan dish for a late lunch. Well, that sounds fantastic. That sounds great. For those of you just joining us, we are doing a preemptive for Rust power surge that's coming in for us. So we thought we would experiment with some power surge stuff. This is obviously a bit more advanced. This would be a 9 turret setup for a continuous power. Now, We actually pipe this in without the creative power unit here. We have 12. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 solar panels, which should still power this. And then at nighttime, these batteries kick on to run it. Now, obviously, this is like mid to late game, if that makes sense. Mid to late game. If you're in a larger group, you'd have to have 3 large batteries for something like this. Let me close that. That's confusing. But 9 turrets is a lot. So you can already see, and we jammed everything into a closet. Now, this is the same circuit in one tile. And then this is the circuit more laid out so you can understand it. Those were original battery sets that came in. But we jammed it all into one closet, which is pretty dope. And then into solar panels out here. It does sound nice. I have to go grab a cookie now that you mention it. I'll be right back. The cookie sounds delicious. BRB. Hello. How are you? Thanks for waiting. Oh. So, okay. This is charging slowly. What's our maximum input right now? 120. So in this case, you could have a tower, because when you have 9 turrets, you're probably in a compound mode, which is fine. You could also have a generator. Tag in, like so. Let's go ahead and throw up those examples real quick. Yeah, wouldn't be terrible. Should have the power out, kind of loop out and around. Hang on. Whatever. We'll leave it like this. Wheels to the right. And now what's going to happen here is you could just leave this all wired in, I think. And then we could put an extra piece here, and then that's interesting. Are these too close, or do we link too many together? Now I'm curious. There we go. Okay. Fascinating. We'll just have normal cables here. No big deal. What's cool about this is a lot of times, just especially since we don't have a lot of fuel to worry about right now, vehicles to fuel, having excess low grade can definitely help these scenarios. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to combine these guys here. Instead of it going directly into our power, we'll do it like that. And then this will go to... Obviously all this stuff just turned off. I think it goes... Here we go. We'll bring it out and around. Okay, the turret should be back on. Yep. So what we're trying to do is support all 9 of these turrets. And then so our input now, as the day goes on, our environment time is... it'd be cool if I could spell. Is almost noon. So we'll look at the power input here. For the solar panels, it's 120. We're not making any power here that goes over to... You know, let's just make this, I guess, blue. And then we'll make this one yellow so you can kind of tell which power source is which. I know we have another output coming through here, which is a little confusing, that red line, so try to ignore that. So this yellow represents all the combined power for the solar panels at this point in of the day. When we dip below 108 units of power, the turrets will cease to operate. But that's okay, because then they'll fall back to these batteries. And they're slow charging here. This one's a little fickle over here, right? Is this one even going up? And mess up the logic? 2, 3, 4, da, da, da. It should be split evenly, correct? there just not enough to go around? Oh, okay, that's why. It's literally, there is such a small amount going everywhere. That's okay. And this is what happens during the day, right? Like it's noon and we're still not generating enough. So in a clutch situation, you could turn these on and all this extra power is going to go into the battery. Or what's going to happen, you can see now we're generating 80, and now it's going to combine 120 with 80, which makes a solid 200. And now we have the split to the batteries. Yellow, green, and blue are now 30 apiece. But what's interesting is when this drops below 120. And I guess we can make it in the middle of the night. Close enough. Let me put on a miner's hat, shall we? Alright, so these are going to run strictly off of... It would be nice to take this excess power here, this 100 units, and throw it in somewhere. Right? Like at least one battery. Because if it's not going to run the whole circuit, it is kind of wasted. I guess we could figure out a way to do that. But so now these are running off of batteries, and it starts with this one first. So the nighttime is exactly 15 minutes. So you'd have to have these batteries roughly around 750 apiece to run it through the entire night, and then you'd be... Hey, you know what? After a couple in-game days, you're going to be hard-pressed. What's up, Bio? Super hot. You're hot. So it's interesting that you have, or you can have these little, this would be another 40. We can combine it one more time. You can kind of see how like 9 is pretty crazy. And you see how much stuff we have to do just to maintain it. Because if we want to leave these on all the time, you are basically going to have to deal with it like this. Depending on how many of these things we turn on, and we're burning. This is 2,000 units of low grade. You can see how none of the batteries are charging here. 0, 0. This is the blue battery. This is the green battery. This is the yellow battery. It's just depleting slowly over time. Or it was. Is it? Wait. Do we have enough? I'm so confused. There we go. There's the timer. This battery's going first. But at nighttime, if you're trying to extra charge, you can start throwing these on. And look at our power now. That's going to the batteries. Still using everything for the turrets, because remember, it shaves off turrets for priority. And now our output of the generators is 80. Still not enough for the turrets. This should be just barely enough for 120. Now we should get slow charge at night. Then you can throw this on and then get an extra, I don't know, 20 something? Almost 20. 16 per. And then what happens is when it's another time of the day, like noonish, you're going to get a thicker charge, which is 260, which is quite considerable. So now the batteries are charging 56 apiece. So you see how they're going up now? You can kind of use these to boost it when you need to. What's up, Mr. Jugman? He says, hey, love the videos. Thanks. But this keeps turrets on all the time. But see, if you had control over when these were on and off, you could really start to save money. But this is how you keep... Hey, look at this. This is the middle of the day and I'm only slow charging this. Yikes, dude. That's a yikes. So then you can bring in stuff like... wind turbine now. But the wind turbine isn't necessarily the end-all beat-all. Like, a combination is probably best. What's up? Bung says, what's up? Big Team says, so what are you trying to make again? I prioritized 9 turret setup on 3 backup batteries with mixed power supplies, and we put it all in one cabinet. First we started with this here, and then we jammed everything into the closet. Oh no, then we went to this, we put it all on one wall, one square like this. Got it to run all turrets, and then we're like, can we fit it all in one closet? And the answer is yes. And now we're putting different power supplies on top. So like, yellow represents the solar panels at this time of day. The blue represents all of these on, these generators on, but if I start to turn them off, you can see how blue is now 80. And then the combined output is 200. So these are, this is designed to charge the batteries when there is extra power after powering 9 turrets. 9 turrets. What's up? Jug says, your videos help me on the console version of Rust. Nice, dude. What do you think about the shop? I like it. $160. Now we have 280, which is perfect. Now each battery is getting a 56 charge at the same time. And this will help you run through the night. But you see how we may be able to run it for a couple of nights, but if we keep doing this over each night, we're going to be kind of hurting. So you want to make sure you're upping your power game, because 9 turrets is a lot, dude. You're trying to run it continuously. So we're mixing different power types. We've got solar. So like, you can't just be putting down turrets willy-nilly. You're guaranteed that some other groups will be doing it and not understanding it, and you all will be able to take advantage. Look for it immediately when it happens, because it's going to be a thing. I promise you that. Make it down lower. So we got, okay, so green will be wind, I guess. Oh, look at that. That's dog shit, huh? No? Yeah? Oh no, 83's good. I thought we were only getting like 12. I was like, what the fuck? Alright, so yellow represents wind. And this is just combined now at this point. And then green is going to come from the top. Which is wind power. There we go, 76. So now with all of this running, we're getting 368, which still is not the max of one battery, because the maximum input for each battery is going to be 400. But remember, we take this and divide it by 3. After we take off the total cost of 9 turrets, which is 90 plus. 86 for each, look at that, boom, now it's going. So the real question is, at nighttime, what are we looking at? kind of charge we getting on this? 42 apiece, not bad. What are we getting from the wind turbine? Oh yeah, that's right, we can just check down here. Green is 76. Combined with 0 solar power. And then our generators are putting out 160. And now we've got a total of 236. It says, have you seen the $50 pack for Rust Console? No. You can see how like one wind turbine is not enough to run it continuously at night. That's why picking and choosing when your stuff is going on. And this will vary tremendously throughout the day. Bam. Pretty wild, right? Pretty wild. And then basically any of our efforts here you'd have to duplicate to make another grid of 9. Have to do another set of batteries. Remember, this shit ain't cheap, dog. This shit ain't cheap, dog. I forget what a combiner costs. I think it's just fragments, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure it's just fragments. Oh, the Cobalt pack? Skins, boxes, skins. Oh, yeah, yeah. $75 metal fragments a piece. What if we take the wind turbine? Pretty sure it costs. You can buy it at the Bandito camp? Three metal sheets, 3 gears, 10 high quality, and 500 wood. So, I know, as your turrets go up, obviously you're going to need more power. I'm pretty sure you can even do a stand like this. Hey, let me double check. I think this works. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. You have to create some sort of janky ladder to get to the top. I think this, yeah, it does. Aha! You know, if you're trying to do it on the cheap. 94, not bad. So you can see if you just use like a turbine, a couple solar panels, you can really put yourself in a huge advantage. Just not the different power layouts here, series and otherwise. This has a battery backup. Pretty hot. You're hot. What? Shut up. Static electricity. Dude, our closet setup is so legit. It's all bunkered up. This closet controls 9 turrets and has a battery backup. Now the question is, we got like 1,000 for each of these bad boys. Sweet, sweet. It powers all 9 turrets. Although we are burning 2,000 units of... Oh, somebody was asking earlier about, what's the melee you can do on that? If you're to eco-rate it? That was a good one, I forgot to answer that. And sometimes, like, just having those little generators around, so if somebody pops the top, is not terrible. It's not a bad idea. Electricity. Okay, let me just double check this. Wait. Ooh. To kill one solar panel would be 1 jackhammer, about 2 minutes. You'd have to refill it though. 6 hatchets. It's enough for it to be like annoying. Five salvage hammers in about 5.5 minutes, give or take. That's just for one, and there's usually a bunch. Nice, each of them are getting 106. Dope. What's our output? Damn. 428. Boom! That's cool because we're actually utilizing... you wouldn't be able to charge a battery over 400 units. But since we're charging 3 at the same time, that's kind of hot. Same reason why this down here is dope. You can split them now evenly instead of going one after another. Parallel. Series. See, you can walk through those. It doesn't hurt you. It doesn't take it away. It doesn't hurt the wire. It doesn't hurt you. Transparent objects. Yeah, I'm actually pleasantly surprised we can jam it all in here. The door can still get blown off, and you're still good. Everything still works. It saves you from splash. I mean, obviously, if the door is gone, you're screwed, but you can stick another door on cleanly, which is important. Not too bad. Okay, let's look through the list and see what else we got. Our little list. Sequence switch. Oh, that's mighty useful, eh? I kind of want to do that one just to do it. I'll come back to that one. SAM site. Shut up. The rusty clock. Was this one we were doing? Yeah, I think it was. Loot room, close fail. Let me look at the list. How much power that's putting off? Probably quite a bit. 150, damn. Yo, friendly. Yeah, so we are just waiting to see if main branch is going to get updated at the end of the month. I guess the testing branch could get the power surge updated at any time. When that does happen, testing branch will have a full wipe across the board. That's typically how that works. I guess there could be some situations where that doesn't happen, but pretty much expect when there's an update on testing branch that it is going to be a wipe. Now, same with main branch, but those typically fall into Thursdays. Although I guess if there's a big enough exploit, that would cause updates to happen across the board. But yeah, so basically, I guess it's on a per wipe basis. We'll have to, or per Thursday basis to see what's what. We could have, and let me check the list again. Any other questions? Let me make sure I got them all. Ooh. The unlimited. Oh, here's a good one. Someone's asking about a time delay switch. You could have. This is a bit more because we don't have water yet. This makes this a little bit. Where did I stick all this shit? Was it over? It was over here. What you could do while you're out farming. Pretty sure we'll get this too. This is an igniter switch, and it does exactly what it says it's going to do. I think this is going to trip it on and then shut it off. I think that's how this works. Yep, son of a bitch. So we're going to have to use a... Yeah, it's I guess you really don't need this if you use a memory switch. I missed it. Oh boy. There goes that idea. Whee! Anyways, the point is, if you run the ignition switch and have it delayed, and so like you have it run 5 minutes after you leave while you're farming, and you know you're gonna be gone for like 20 minutes, it's a nice way to kind of keep people away, or like you'd be like, oh, they're home, kind of thing. So you can kind of delay the timer after I deleted that side piece. Boo! Not too bad. Oh, let me check the list again. How's this doing? Oh, we don't hear it anymore. Okay. I'll take that. 108 apiece. This one's a 2. This one's a 2. This is the one that keeps getting the pull. Hot. Freaking hat. It's freaking hat. I like that those are running and we can't hear it. Yeah! Dude, electronics is so deep. So deep! Maximum lights. Fully charged. Hey, look at this. You don't even get a full 6 hours out of that. Oh yeah, that was our logic test. Boing! I can't wait to be testing this out on Builder's Paradise. Oh man, it's gonna be sick. Okay, looking through the list again. Well, let's take a look. Alright, let's see if we can set this one up real quick. Trying to think of a place. Dude, look at our test area. Is it a little crazy? A little bit. We're everywhere. I suppose we can make a main shack and like a side piece. Okay, so let's say there's like main shack out here, probably under here. Why not? Ah, we can hear the the motors again. Boo! Okay, a little simulated shack, and then we've got... Oh, I know. We'll do something like this. Yeah. This one. Give me a box, please. Let's see how good or bad I am at this. This is tough. Not picked up? I wonder why that. There we go. I still think I can push this one back further. Come on, baby. It's imperative. Oh, come on. It took a second for that to catch up, huh? Ooh. What? A what? How come it was so... What? That was weird. What? It's not here? What? Dude, I'm so confused. What's going on, dude? Hello? What? Anyway, she fit 4 boxes in here. You get the idea. I was trying to make a realistic spawn check. Dude, I've never seen that before. That was bizarre. This is very bizarre. How bizarre. Yeah, boxes are the best. Yeah, I gotta pick this one up. Let's check, see if I got a nice little, make sure it's snug, you know? I don't know if this one's all the way back. I feel like this one could be back further. It's even harder to get this on a console. Am I right? Yes. Anyways, you know what? Let's just pretend I landed them all, because it's going to take me forever to land it. So you get all of them in there. Is what you need is the ability to place a window frame on a horizontal plane. What? Don't we have that ability? Unless I mean by itself? I thought we did. I'm probably not understanding what you're saying. Alright, so what I'm doing here is I'm making like a poo-poo, like a satellite shack I would use to farm stuff. It's pretty realistic. Probably be stone. Alright, you smelled stuff in here. But you want to know if it's gonna, if there's anybody creeping out here, right? So what you could do, you can stick a little sensor up here. Someone's by your door. Not the best place. Well, it's just for example sake. Let's say you got your level 2 in here. You're all workshopping it up. Blah, 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 whatever. I guess you'd have to have, it's really not a good place for a freaking battery in here. I guess you don't. Okay, so you know what? Scratch that. It's gonna be a battery. You wouldn't need much to run this. You really wouldn't. And you could probably put most of this shit over here too. Oh yeah, 100%. And then probably a branch. And then maybe an AND switch. So instead of putting triangles over boxes, a window with reinforced glass that you could pop out. Okay, you mean like a floor that's got the... I mean, we kind of have that, but okay, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah, it'd be a little OP though. I get why they did it that way. It's for balance, but I get it now. This isn't the best example, but you get the idea. You don't need much to run this, right? It's just one. It only consumes one. Check the text. Yeah. You know what? We don't need a boost at all. Alright, so like whatever the output is, boop, boop. Yeah. What's up? Delano Gaming says we love you, Jade. Thanks, son. So what we could do is at main base we could have this. Should probably have an input for this battery before it dies. Am I right? Or am I right? We got 49 minutes. Just wait. So what are you doing? So like if you have a spawn shack or like a satellite shack and you're like processing materials here, so let's say this is out in the winter biome, you need to know if someone's screwing around outside your base and you're back at your main base, you need to know if there's activity. You can have sensors on either side. What this can do is, notice how there's no cables going across between any of these. I'm just doing a quick example here. Silent alarms are usually the best, but we'll use this. So what this is doing, and then we'll set this to a frequency. We'll call it 6969. Oh yeah. So now this is only going to pick up that frequency. So when somebody, okay, so how this works is, when somebody's out here, let's say we have them all across the base here, right? And this is all locked up, like so. And you know, you've got like, you're cooking stuff in here. You got better airlocks, but you get the idea. And this is only while you're online. I mean, this will still trigger when you're offline, but you will have no way of knowing it until we get the companion app stuff. Why did I do it in that direction? That was so stupid. Alright, so this is your little farming shack. You've got a jackhammer. You come out here, you do all kinds of stuff. So, and then you're like, okay, so you farm a bunch of stuff here and you take it back home. But you got some stuff smelting in here, whatever. Alright, that's pretty common. But you kind of need to know when there's heat over there. So, while you're at main base, you'll kind of know when somebody's around there. Notice there's no wires connecting this. So let's say this is going to trigger when I'm here. You see it right there? So watch. Now like this alarm should be going off. Lets me know when there's somebody around that base. Pretty hot, right? Right. Now watch, when I move out of the range of this, and you can hide that better, obviously. I could also make it so it doesn't pick me up. Okay. So when somebody's close, you'll kind of know when that's happening out there. You can also have it set off a pager of yours. So what we say it was, 6969. So I can make it so it's silent too, so it'll just make the vibrating sound. Why does it say exclamation point? What's up with that? There we go. So when you're out there farming, you also have a good idea of when this is happening. And this is without the Rust Plus application. It gets even better when you have the Rust Plus, which is a companion app from your phone. So you can get interactions from the game when you're not online to your phone, and you can turn things on and off from your phone when you are not in-game, or when you are in-game. How dope is that? Yeah, so especially if you're solo, you know the game for farming shacks. We call them satellite bases, little farming shacks. It's the best. And that can happen across the map. I don't think there's any limitation to the distance. So another cool thing is you can have wireless connections between bases. So if your allies are around and they need to set off like a raid alarm, they can have a switch that sets this off. That's a possibility too. So then in your base something goes off, you're like, oh geez, our allies are getting wasted. It's another way to communicate. And it also works inside of a box. Yeah, it's freaking legit. You know, this is crazy. You can also stick them in stashes too. Then whenever that resets, you can get it back. You get the idea. Science. Science and shit. Down to almost 200. We've been running this for a hot minute. But see how it's kind of speed charging our setup here? Yeah, yeah. What's our major output now? Oh, 390, dude. Pff. Yeah, we don't need those shennies on. 93 apiece. We rich. For 140 a pop. Oh, baby. Those are charging quick. It's a nice way to get like bulk energy like that fast. And you can buy these at the outpost too, by the way. I'm pretty sure it's the outpost. Generator, 125 scrap. You find them on a fairly regular basis in like brown boxes, so it's not going to be... Most people recycle them or throw them out because they don't know what to do with them. Always save the power, man. It's your best friend. Alright, let me see. We got... satellite alarm. I think we got most everything, right? At least for now. Obviously, there's gonna be full-on videos that have already been shot. Some of them will be shot, covering all this stuff. But yeah, stay tuned for that. Mad excited. We'll let you guys know when we find out what's going on as far as timing for this stuff. Again, Power Surge is going to hit testing branch first. We'll most likely bring a wipe with it, and then we'll see what's what here for main branch. Main branch, again, most likely the update will happen on a Thursday, but there's no official word yet. So remember, we're not going to see Power Surge on main branch until it hits testing first. Boneheart me says, hello, Jade. Will there be the next wipe? Will it be Thursday, January 2027, or 2022? 2027. Could be. They haven't said. Until they say, I would say no. But is it possible still? Yes. So stay tuned for that. We'll let you know, because when those updates come in, it also changes the wipe schedule and stuff. So, you know, stay tuned, baby. Alright, fantastic, dude. I love the electricity stuff. Keep the comments coming, the questions. And be sure to drop a like. It does help out quite a bit. If you're into it, consider dropping that subscribe, turning on that notification. We'll be in this on testing branch as soon as it does hit. Or we'll let you know the timing, what's in it. As soon as that happens, fingers crossed. I hope it's sometime in January. I hope. And yeah, love you guys, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye! Electricity.